All right. All right. We're live. I'm muted. I thought I went deaf for a minute, but I was muted. Um and I'm giddy. I'm I'm giddy. Those of you who saw my community post last night will realize I'm giddy. I said I feel like my birthday came early. For those of you who asked, it's actually in November, but feels like my birthday, Christmas, you know, all wrapped into one. It's Halloween. I'm you know my bag is full from trick or treating. It's just good day, good day. Um, so as is my custom with new cases, I figure basically I'll have at least some new audience members. So I better introduce myself. So for those of you who are new, hello, I'm Joe. I'm an attorney licensed to practice in the state of Utah. This case is happening in the Western District of Texas. So, you know, I I mean, technically speaking, I could, represent a party in this case, pro hoc vice, but I'm not going to. So, obviously. But I'm just like I said, I'm absolutely giddy because I've been hoping for this lawsuit for almost a year and a half. Like I thought it wasn't going to happen. I thought Logan Paul had come to his senses a year ago, but he proved me wrong. And I'm very glad for that. And of course, I do have a little bit of cognitive dissonance because, in any defamation case, one party has been harmed. In this case, it's Coffeezilla because he's but, to me, the innocent party here, the innocent defendant dragged into court. So I do have that bit of cognitive dissonance where I'm celebrating his misfortune, but it's entertaining to me. So there is that. Whereas, other cases like Schofield versus Giard, the TikTok psychic, the plaintiff is obviously in the right, Professor Schofield, and I feel terrible for her that she had to drag Ashley into court. And so, yeah. But yeah, I've absolutely been looking forward to this. Logan faked it. It like, and as you guys know, I react blindly that I have not read the complaint. You guys get to experience the entire thing with me the first time. And I mean, I Elvis needs new boats. I'm not a boomer. My parents are. Um, I care about NFTs in so much as I care about people not getting scammed by NFTs. I have never watched a Logan Paul video other than, bits of people reacting to Logan Paul, such as, Moist Critical or, Coffeezilla or, the usual suspects. And yeah, uh, yeah, I just think this will absolutely be interesting and entertaining. And so, Jennifer, I did see that, and I did see the laughably high lifts he was wearing, and it's like he's trying to do a speed run towards getting disbarred. I mean, it's not the case I'd want to get disbarred for. Of course, I wouldn't want to get disbarred, but so Brandon, I'm actually surprised you don't know Coffeezilla, but not knowing Logan Paul, I'd say you're the lucky one here. But you know, I like Logan Paul is a massive YouTuber, 20 some million subscribers. Best known, or was it Jake? One of them, you know, filmed a dead body in a Japanese unaliving forest and basically gets big off of controversy. And he owns Prime Energy Drink, or at least co-owns Prime. He is in wrestling now. Hopefully he gets his face pounded in by Mike Tyson in a couple months. But I would have expected you to know Coffeezilla. He's one of the big sort of scam exposing YouTubers. His specialty, of course, being crypto scams, and that's why we're here. That's why we're here. And so I mean, I know it's shocking. I was only 4 minutes late, therefore, you know, I'm pretty much early. I'm pretty much early. I'm looping. Probably not. At least I hope I'm not looping. I was muted, but yeah. So my general, I don't give financial advice, just like I don't give legal advice, but NFTs and crypto are scams. I see no value in either of them, frankly. So, yeah. And Shadow Warden, are you serious? Are you serious? Like, is that in the crypto Twitter, or is it the 13-year-old edgelord Twitter? Because I think someone who does multiple alleged crypto scams is a scumbag, and people who expose that are doing a service. I'm absolutely on team Coffeezilla. It just absolutely team Coffeezilla here. I just don't understand. I just don't understand why anyone would be on. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense why anyone would like. Well, I mean, I don't understand why anyone would watch Logan Paul. So, yeah, and that's it, Elvis. Before we move into the subject matter of today. Um, to me, crypto in general, I see no value in it. You know, I've said it before, I'll say it again, you know, I'm a value investor. I I don't like growth is great, you know, if you can get it, but I I'm a fan of buying a dollar for 50 cents, basically. Um, the thing is though, you're buying that dollar for 50 cents. You're buying a stock worth a dollar for 50 cents. That stock represents an investment. It represents a cash flow. It represents an income source. Crypto doesn't. You know, I mean, even long before crypto, I argued with people that call gold an investment. Or, you know, one of my biggest pet peeves is people who say their house that they live in is their biggest investment. And I tell them, no, no. What cash flows are you receiving off of that gold? It's an asset, but not an investment. Your house is an asset. It represents a huge liability, but it it unless you're renting out a room in it, it's not an investment. Now, you know, if you own a rental house, then it's an investment. Whereas with crypto, to me, it's not even an asset. Like, what value does it represent? Really, even the big ones, even Bitcoin, Ethereum, uh, to me, the only value in them really is money laundering. It's shady financial transactions for people, you know, for transactions that a bank won't cover. And so, but that's at the best end of crypto. That's at the best end. Whereas the meme coins, the shit coins, that they they're just a scam. They're just a scam. Um, so, but that's the thing, though. That's the thing, Linux guy. To me, even Bitcoin, you know, isn't it's not backed by anything. It, you know, the U.S. dollar, yeah, it's not backed by anything other than the U.S. government, but still, to me, the U.S. government is better backing than an algorithm or some anonymous coder. And, you know, I'm not a fan of the gold standard because I don't think you should tie your economy to how much of a metal you can pull out of the ground. So, yeah. Sunny, hello. I don't see an email that needs responding, but I'll check. So Esty, good to see you. And Dan, basically, Logan Paul is a 20 plus million subscriber YouTuber who, to me, is an absolute piece of garbage. And he has run multiple alleged crypto scams, basically rug pulls. And he's And Coffeezilla called him out for it over a year ago. And he didn't like that. He threatened to sue Coffeezilla over a year ago, but temporarily came to his senses and actually put together a plan to make his alleged victims whole, except it didn't go anywhere near making them whole. But he never even followed through with that. So Coffeezilla called him out for that and said, hey, so he hasn't paid off his alleged victims as he said he would. And I believe that's what drove Logan into suing Coffeezilla. So, Vince, good to see you. And yeah, that's exactly it. It's NFTs, crypto. It's a Ponzi scheme. You get in early. That's the only way you make a profit, and you make a profit off of the rug pull, hoping there are dupes that will buy in when it's high, and that high buy-in is based off of you creating churn to make the price high. And Edwin, that's exactly it. I did the math on one of those gold investment schemes. Basically, they were selling gold coins on a late night infomercial, and they were gold plated. They said, this is an investment, gold only goes up in value. This is a great investment, yada, yada, yada. And in tiny, tiny, tiny print, it said how much gold was actually in each coin. And at those prices, there was 34 cents worth of gold in the coin that they advertised at $20, but they were generously on sale for $10 a coin. So, remember when I said I like buying dollars for 50 cents? I really don't like spending $10 to buy 34 cents. It's just, it's not a good investment. It's not a good purchase. So, and Linux guy, that's basically, you're ahead of me. I can't remember what the first alleged one was, but then number 2 was Dink Doink, which was basically Homer Simpson's Olympic mascot putting googly eyes on a spring and calling it Dink Doink, and it's a fun NFT. And then somehow people forgot that there was the rug pull on Dink Doink, the rug pull on the one before that, and they gave Logan Paul money for Cryptozoo, which, number 1, there was no value in Cryptozoo in the first place, but number 2, the Cryptozoo project was never even completed. It was so it just massive, massive, massive problems. And yeah, the thing is, the US government, filled with boomers and older than boomers, frankly, has not done a good job of regulating crypto. I mean, we saw with the Sam Bankman-Fried mess, the can't think the name of his company, but there's still debate. For the civil side, does the SEC have jurisdiction, or is it the CFTC, or is it both? Is it a commodity, a futures contract? Is it a security? What is it? And even when I was in law school, that there were discussions on the nature of is it a security. We talked about it in my securities class, and we didn't know yet. There were discussions about taxation of crypto. If it's a coin, if it's a currency, are you taxed when you spend it? Like, are you taxed on the gain when you spend it? That could be a problem. But we really do need the government to catch up and actually properly regulate it. And let's see. Did Logan deleted the sort of pseudo apology video? Not surprising. Not surprising. And okay. It's he did email me the other day about that Maryland sovereign citizen, so that might be it. And Aubergine, you're ahead of me as I'm catching up with chat. So yes, Attorney Tom is representing a class action against Logan Paul. It's limited to the victims in Texas. And I did one video on it over a year ago. And I believe in that video, I actually begged Logan Paul to actually sue Coffeezilla, just because what's better than a good defamation shit show? To me, nothing. It's the height of legal entertainment. But yeah, Logan Paul is being sued in Texas for it. I haven't kept up with the class action. A class action securities case just isn't as exciting, isn't as entertaining as the defamation case, even if it's based on the same subject matter. So, yeah. And like, I'm so over the Karen Reed trial, as you know. And this is a nice change of pace. I really am giddy. I really am. And I think I've talked about it before, but one of my favorite securities scams is the salad oil scam. Basically, just trying to sell tanks of salad oil, like big vats, like silo size, and they'd test it, but they tested from the top, like put a ladle in the top, and it's like, yep, that's oil. But it was only a little bit of oil right there on top. The rest was water, because oil floats on top of water. So to me, that one's entertaining. That one's really entertaining. And Christo, good to see you. And for faking the Japan video, what was that, the forest dead body video? Either way, yeah, I don't like him. really don't like him. So 3 cents. Good to see you. And yeah, the US government, that they need to hurry up. And yes, Kevin, the Supreme Court overturning Chevron is a disaster. Like the entire Chevron, for those of you who don't know, it is a Supreme Court case that this new Supreme Court just overturned, and it was the foundation for administrative law, and basically the like US government agencies relied on it to run, and it's going to be a disaster, an absolute disaster. So yeah. And hello, that's I'm not even going to attempt your name, but that's a good picture of Nick Ricada. And Bad Scooter, hello. And Nick Starrow, thank you. Thank you for redirecting to me. I appreciate it. And Imuji, good to see you. And Chevron, no, basically what Chevron did is so basically in the executive branch, the day-to-day decisions need to be made by the bureaucracy. And so like Congress would pass a law, it would be signed into law by the president, and then the agencies like the State Department or the BLM or whatever would have to enact those laws, put that that enforce the laws. They'd have to do the day-to-day administration of those laws, and basically Chevron gave them the authority to do that without going to Congress and saying, yeah, so we need a law for every little minute detail of this. And it's just it's a problem. So Aaron, thank you for coming over from Nick's stream. I appreciate it. And yes, I do think Bitcoin is a scam. At some point, like I see no value whatsoever in Bitcoin other than money laundering. So yeah. Yeah. But that being said, let's jump into it. Now that I've spent 30 minutes almost on chat. So this is Logan Paul versus Stephen Findyson. I can't pronounce his last name. We'll be referring to him as Coffeezilla or Coffee in this because, yeah. But, so this is Logan Paul versus Coffeezilla. It is in the district court, federal district court for the Western District of Texas, which, Western District of Texas, I don't know if that's in El Paso or yeah. That's a good point. It's only a scam if you lose money. It's only a Ponzi scheme if you were left holding the bag. And yeah, so CJ5, I you're going to have to send us video of the dance recital once your emu finishes the lessons. So basically, this was filed yesterday. The complaint, docket number 1, was filed on the 27th of June. And so basically, it's the entirety of what we have to cover today. Because, we have 7 other docket entries, but, those are the motions for Logan's attorneys to appear pro hoc vice. And that is true, Mads. When I say it's only good for money laundering, I did say earlier, or for other nefarious transactions, it is the mechanism of choice for drug dealing, for, you want to pay a hitman, you use Bitcoin, because, I want to use something that's in a publicly traceable wallet, that makes sense to me. And yeah, but yeah, so basically we have the motions to appear pro hoc vice, summons issued as to Coffeezilla. I don't see. Yeah. So either way, so Western District of Texas is in the San Antonio division. So, yeah. So Paul, no. As I've said, I'm a peacenik. I'm not a fighter. I am scrawny. And I'm a little too easy to knock off balance. Like, of course, like in UFC style fighting, there are actually some very successful one-legged fighters, because it kind of skews the weight class. Like, you can be a lot buffer in a lower weight class than your opponents, if you're not lugging around 30 extra pounds for a leg. I realize all you two-legged freaks don't get that, but yeah. So yeah, this is the complaint in Logan Paul versus Stephen Findison and Coffee Break Productions LLC, doing business as Coffeezilla. So he has sued both Coffeezilla the person and Coffeezilla the LLC. And my understanding, this is hearsay. I don't think I've heard it directly from Coffeezilla in one of his videos, but I have heard it from people who have interacted with Coffeezilla, that unlike some of the people we've covered in defamation suits, Coffeezilla is insured for just such a thing. And you basically, you do the type of YouTube work exposing scams that Coffeezilla does. Being insured is smart. Like, literally, I've mentioned that at some point I plan to do a video how to protect yourself on YouTube. And Coffeezilla, assuming I'm right, has done the number one suggestion and the number two suggestion. Number one is have a corporate structure, have some protection. And he has done it in the form of an LLC. You can also do it in the form of a corporation. Some jurisdictions might have other options. So we'll say 1 1/4. 1 7 inches or so. But yeah, so the problem, of course, is, doing the LLC protects you completely in a lot of ways, because the LLC, if you get sued for, let's say, copyright infringement, it's the LLC that did it, not you. And depending, like, if I had my YouTube in an LLC, this is a do as I say, not as I do situation. At some point I'm going to, I just haven't yet. But if I got sued, my YouTube is small enough I could walk away and, have fun collecting against that dead entity. But in defamation, they're going to sue both the corporate structure and the person who said it. So, there is a little bit of, you're not quite protected fully, because Kevin, that's exactly it. In defamation cases, it's going to be joint and several liability if you're found to have committed the defamation. But they're going to sue the person who said it. Whereas the, if it's copyright infringement, good luck suing the individual. But number two, as I've said, is have insurance. So the downside, of course, to the LLC is, except in small claims court, Coffeezilla has to get a lawyer here. He is not allowed to represent Coffee Break Productions, LLC. That's the unauthorized practice of law. Because Coffee Break Productions is a separate entity from Coffeezilla, he has to get a lawyer to represent Coffee Break Productions. So, yeah. And yeah, basically that's a bad look for Logan Paul. That he's already apologized to Coffee, thanked him, said you're right. And yeah, so, and he is suing for defamation. And this is for the series that that Coffeezilla did a year and a half ago almost, exposing the Cryptozoo, apparent Cryptozoo scam. And so how do you demand a jury trial? Well, you demand it in the complaint, you put it in writing, you say, I demand a jury trial. And if it goes to trial, hey, and both sides can demand a jury trial. If Logan Paul hadn't, Coffeezilla could demand the jury trial. And I really dislike the Windows automatic updates, and it's not wanting to snooze for me, so it's blocking part of my screen. So this computer, for some reason, sometimes doesn't like my mouse clicking on things, but if I Control-Alt-Delete, it'll let me, so I'm going to do that. So you'll see the blue screen of death for just a minute, probably, but I'll be right back. Hey, it worked. I was able to snooze. So, yeah. Yeah. And okay, now it's not wanting. Now that I snoozed that, it's not wanting me to click on anything here. So one more time. Okay. Yeah. On the cover sheets, there is a checkbox for the jury trial demanded. So yeah. And yeah, basically Logan Paul may as well set his money on fire, because let's just say, for his lawyer's sake, and it's not in the caption box up there, so, but for Logan's lawyer's sake, let's just say I hope they're getting paid hourly, because they're not going to win. They're not going to win. And he's, even for assuming Coffeezilla gets this dismissed on a special motion to strike, slap motion, Logan Paul could be on the hook to Coffeezilla for $100,000 easy for lawyers' fees. If it goes to summary judgment, he could be on for several $100,000. And yeah, so, and that's it. His history tells me he's a scam artist. So that's it. I'll give you a refund if you don't sue me, if you disclaim all liability. But also, I'm not going to make good and actually give the refund. And, even if I had given the refund, it was a very limited refund. And yeah. So let's get into the body of the complaint, though. So, plaintiff Logan Paul, for his complaint against defendants Stephen Findison and Coffee Break Productions, LLC, DBA Coffeezilla, alleges as followed. Nature of the action. Plaintiff Logan Paul, a globally recognized entertainer, athlete, and entrepreneur, brings this defamation action against defendant Stephen Findison, aka Coffeezilla, and from here out, Coffee, a self-described investigative journalist and internet detective with no actual journalism training or a private investigator's license, to hold him accountable for maliciously and repeatedly publishing false statements accusing Paul of operating a scam in connection with a troubled blockchain project called Cryptozoo. Yeah, troubled blockchain project. Troubled. And as we'll see, like I said, I haven't read the complaint. We're reading it together. But Logan Paul's defense is going to be, well, yeah, Cryptozoo ended up being a scam, but it wasn't me. I wasn't the scammer. It was the people I hired. They scammed me and the investors. Of course, the problem is Logan Paul was the promoter. His name was on it. It's respondeat superior. If you hire a scammer and they scam, you're on the hook for it. Ipso facto, you're the scammer. They were acting as your agent, as your employee, as your partner. So you're the scammer. And, you know, we'll get to it later, but Logan Paul most definitely is a public figure. So the heightened standard under New York Times versus Sullivan applies. So starting when he released a 3-part YouTube series on Cryptozoo in December 2022 and continuing into the present, Coffee has perpetuated the false narrative that Paul scammed and defrauded his own fans in connection with the project. Coffee has perpetuated this false narrative despite knowing it to be completely and utterly false, in order to enhance his own profile and increase his viewership and income in the process. And indeed, he has done so despite being in possession of and purposefully omitting from his series and related statements overwhelming objective evidence that Paul had, in reality, been enthusiastic about the project and deeply committed to its success, only to be deceived by several of the project's trusted advisors who turned out to be con men. I mean, the problem, of course, is, as we saw in Coffee's videos, that Logan Paul wasn't enthusiastic about the project and deeply committed to its success. Once the rug was pulled, he went radio silent. He stopped posting about it. He stopped promoting it. He stopped developing it. When the trusted advisors who turned out to be con men disappeared, Logan didn't hire new developers. He didn't finish the project. He left, you know, he left his fans holding the bag. If you were actually committed to its success after you were scammed, you would have put your own money into it and finished the project. You would have taken the loss. Instead, you let everyone else take the loss. You let everyone else take the loss. And that's a scumbag move. You are responsible for those you hire. I mean, his defense is, well, did you see the criminal record of the person I hired and trusted? He's a total scammer. And it's like, yeah, so why did you hire him? Why did you hire him? Why didn't you do a background check? Like, You know, I've said before, when it comes to streaming with people on YouTube, when it comes to friends, I don't run background checks. If it turns out someone is a scumbag, I process that information and taking it into account moving forward. You know, like if I found out someone I was streaming with was a scumbag, I'd stop screaming with them and I'd say, "Yeah, so this person turned out to be a scumbag." If I'm doing a financial project though, that that that's where you run background checks from the start. There's a reason, like, you wanna get hired by Goldman Sachs, you're doing a full background check. You're doing a full credit check. They are doing an anal probe just to be on the safe side. They're doing everything. But here, Logan Paul, it's not my fault that I didn't do my due diligence on this scammer. And exactly, exactly. It's all about framing. And, you know, as Emily D. Baker says about lawsuits, the filings are allegations and shade. Here, we're seeing things in the light most favorable to Logan Paul because, it's written by Logan Paul's lawyers on behalf of Logan Paul, trying to make Logan Paul look good. The thing is, some of us have seen Coffeezilla's videos. Some of us have seen Logan Paul's response. And those of us with more than half a brain in our head who have seen both are fully in support of Coffeezilla here. So, yeah. So, in early 2021, Paul conceived of Cryptozoo from an animal fusion concept he had seen go viral in other contexts. Cryptozoo was to be a game utilizing blockchain technology in which players would be able to purchase egg non fungible tokens, NFTs, that would then hatch into animal NFTs. Players would then be able to breed those animals to create unique and ever rarer hybrid animals, which would earn players an in game cryptocurrency called zoo tokens based on their rarity. All of this activity would be carried out in a virtual ecosystem where animals could continue to be bred, traded, used for mini arcade games, or sold to earn more zoo tokens. And yeah, the animal fusion concept. So basically, Logan's very talented artists took clip art of animals and photoshopped them together and, like, put an elephant trunk on a panda very clumsily and called it art, called it an NFT. Like, the Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs are, they were AI generated off of a prompt to make, apes smoking cigars with different patterns. And, like, it's not art, but Bored Ape Yacht Club was, fine art compared to the Cryptozoo fused animals. And basically, at some point, not only will he have to prove that Coffeezilla was wrong and that he said something false, that Coffee had a regard for the truth, he won't be able to do that. Because where did Coffee have a reckless disregard for the truth? Because remember, Logan Paul is a public figure. Like in past lawsuits, we've pondered, is Delete Laws a public figure, a limited public figure? And in Schofield versus Giard, Ashley Giard has tried to allege that Professor Schofield, because she's a professor, is a public figure, and no. But Logan Paul is a public figure. Like, I have no question in my mind. So the heightened standard from New York Times versus Sullivan applies. So that they have to show that Coffeezilla had a reckless disregard for the truth. And Coffee, doing his research, he does thorough research. He, in his 3-part series, Coffeezilla pointed out, so the trusted advisors who turned out to be con men, Coffeezilla pointed them out, called them out, talked about them being con men. Like, he didn't wait for Logan Paul to make that as a defense. Coffee pointed it out. So to me, not only has Coffeezilla been completely honest, but he's done a thorough job. So I think it would be almost impossible to even allege that he had a reckless disregard for the truth. So, and Tech Lead is the most recent videos that, like, they're the ones that Coffee has been exposing, like, in the last week, right? And like, Coffee is always threatened with lawsuits because scammers don't like being exposed. But Logan Paul especially doesn't like it, apparently. So to develop the project and navigate the intricacies of blockchain technology, of which Paul was unfamiliar, Paul assembled a team of experts, or, as it turned out, individuals who falsely represented themselves as experts and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own money on graphics and animation and other project-related expenses. And so, to navigate the intricacies of blockchain technology, of which Paul was unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that this was his 3rd crypto project. So basically, the way I read that, Logan Paul didn't know how to set up a crypto scam, but he was very familiar with how to pull the rug out from his investors, is how I read that. So, although Cryptozoo was announced publicly and certain aspects of the project were rolled out in the fall of 2021, Paul's vision for the game never came to a reality. There were multiple reasons for the project's failure, but the most fundamental was that the team member responsible for overseeing the development of the game, Eduardo Eddie Ibanez, turned out to be a charlatan who had lied to Paul and many others about his background and credentials. Ibanez continuously assured Paul that the game's development was proceeding apace and that completion was imminent, when in reality, he had incompetently overseen the process and failed to pay his team of developers despite his assurances that he would do so. Sounds like Logan Paul should be suing Eddie Ibanez, not Coffeezilla. Sounds to me like Eddie Ibanez scammed Logan Paul. Coffeezilla just exposed that. And yeah. Well, and that's it. Prove that it was his own money. It probably did come out of a corporation. But even then, I'm sure with the first bit of public money that came in, he was reimbursed for his expenditures. Like, I don't have any proof, but I'm that's just how it usually goes. I'm positive. Like, he says he didn't make any money on this. He says, you know, he was going to burn all of his zoo token to, you know, increase the value of the token held by others. Of course, if it's worthless, burning his doesn't add value to other worthless tokens, but yeah. But the first, you know, eggs that were sold, or the first tokens that were sold, or whatever, he reimbursed his own money that he had spent. It just, he most definitely is a bell end. And I mean, 14-year-old edgelords need someone to follow. So, unfortunately, they've chosen him and Andrew Tate and Jake Paul, and yeah. And yeah, basically, it's how dare you expose me for maybe being in on the scam, but it's bad enough that you exposed me for hiring scammers who scammed, with me cheerleading the scam. So Paul's efforts were also stymied and frustrated by a blockchain and crypto advisor named Jake Greenbaum, aka Crypto King, who turned out to be more interested in trying to personally profit than in helping to create a legitimate project. Both Ibanez and Greenbaum took advantage of the hype created by Paul's affiliation with the project in order to surreptitiously sell Zood tokens for millions of dollars at the expense of those acquiring tokens in anticipation of actually being able to play the game. Basically, when he says game, it's like, it's not wish.com Pokemon. It's like whatever the wish.com of wish.com is. Like, it's wish.comception of Pokemon and bad. Like, yeah. Regrettably, despite rightfully exposing the wrongdoing of Ibanez and Greenbaum in his YouTube series, Coffee understood that accusing a celebrity like Paul of perpetrating a scam would generate exponentially more clicks, views, and ultimately revenue, and would increase his own profile. Coffee therefore titled his series Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam. Biggest scam would indicate prior scams, like Dink Doink. Yeah, yeah. It's what could go wrong. Like, if you're doing a financial project of any kind, background checks are probably a good thing. So, Coffee therefore titled his series, or sorry, we already did that. And Coffee proceeded to confidently tell his viewers not only that the project was a scam, but that it was a scam conceived of and perpetrated by Paul. So, are you trying to say that Cryptozoo wasn't your project? Okay. Yeah. So, the three-part series was viewed tens of millions of times. Each of the videos remain among Coffee's most popular of all time, and viewers and the public at large were captivated by the narrative of an unserious social media influencer who had supposedly used his fame to dupe his fans into investing money into a fake crypto project, while always intending to abscond with the money. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Based on his previous apparent rug pulls, I fully believe, even if Logan Paul hadn't been scammed by Eddie Ibanez and Crypto King, if the project had finished, Logan Paul was going to rug pull his fans anyway. It's just Logan Paul was rug pulled before he could pull the rug himself, is the way I see it. Like, he his intent, I fully believe, was to make a bunch of money and, you know, once he's made his money, once he's sold his stake, who cares? On to the next project, just like his pattern has always been. But instead, his partners pulled the rug before he got to. Probably, Kfar. Probably. But Coffee knew full well that Paul had never set out to scam anybody, but to the contrary, had always intended to build a legitimate blockchain-based game for participants to enjoy with a like-minded community. In addition to knowing that Paul did not profit from the project in any way, Coffee possessed scores of contemporaneous internal text messages between Paul and his co founders, showing, for example, that Paul was adamant that the project be executed to perfection before being announced publicly, that Paul was focused on the details of the gameplay experience, including over financial gain, that Paul was explicitly relying upon Greenbaum and Ibanez for all aspects of the game's development and implementation, including the timing and logistics of creating and trading in the Zoo token liquidity pool, and that Paul was beside himself with frustration about the betrayals that prevented his vision from being realized. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, it's so ridiculous. What else can you do but bang your head against the wall and laugh? And that's a good point, Kfar. A lot of Ponzi schemers don't set out to be a Ponzi schemer. They have good intentions at the start. They intend to, actually invest their clients' money legitimately. They have a bad quarter and they're like, "Oh shit, I'm not going to get new customers. They're going to pull their money out. I'll just fudge the numbers just this one time." And before you know it, you have a Ponzi scheme that started out with good intentions. So even if Logan Paul started off with good intentions, which I highly doubt, based on his past actions, based on Dink Doink, based on the one before Dink Doink, I don't believe he had honest, good intentions. He might not have considered it a scam. He might not have considered Dink Doink a scam. I feel real stupid saying Dink Doink this many times. But not intending for it to be a scam, not considering it a scam, doesn't mean it's not a scam. And let's say he did have good intentions and wanted to create a game. He took other people's money. So, like, yeah, his partners ran off with money, but the way you make people whole, you find new developers. You, Logan Paul, put up the money out of your own pocket and finish the damn project. I mean, frankly, finishing the project wouldn't make it any less of a scam, in my opinion. Because, once again, NFTs are scams. But they just, if you don't want to be accused of being a scammer for not even finishing the project, you finish the project, whether it costs you money or not. The scammers ran off with the investor money, and I hate calling them investors because, once again, it's not an investment, but they ran off with the investors' money. So you make them whole. Logan, you make them whole. And CJ5, not in this. The Attorney Tom class action, where Attorney Tom is representing the class suing Logan Paul in Texas. He is suing Greenbaum in that. They are co-defendants. But here, he's only suing Coffeezilla because it's defamation, not, breach of fiduciary duty or, theft or whatever. So, no, Kevin, I'm familiar with Health South. but we didn't study it in law school, at least not that I remember. Um, it would like in the securities class I took, we wouldn't have studied Health South because I took the private securities class basically, which is non-public companies. So like doing the venture capital investing, Reg D, the um, what's it? Oh, what the Jobs Act, various others. So basically, how to raise capital for a company. I didn't take the public securities class, which is, Health South would have been covered in that because it was a public company, if they covered it at all. Because we didn't necessarily just study securities scams. We actually had to learn, these are the exceptions to registering with the SEC and yada, yada, yada. When I was studying finance, though, my undergrad was right after Sarbanes-Oxley was passed. So in my accounting classes, we did have to take into account, the new rules under Sarbanes-Oxley and all that fun stuff. So, yet, because they did not fit his preferred self-serving narrative, Coffee purposefully concealed all those communications from his viewers, save for select messages that he manipulated and intentionally presented devoid of context. Okay. Although Paul considered taking legal action against Coffee at the time his YouTube series was released at the end of 2022, he decided to instead focus his efforts on trying to make things right with those who had shared his enthusiasm for Cryptozoo, only to be left disappointed when it failed to materialize. Um, um, uh, um, uh, those who had shared his enthusiasm for Cryptozoo, only to be left disappointed when it failed to materialize. Excuse me? Is this guy fucking serious? It, 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 is this guy serious? Those who shared his enthusiasm for Cryptozoo and were disappointed when it failed to materialize. What he means is those who gave money to Cryptozoo and ended up losing that money because Cryptozoo was a scam. That's what he meant by that. But no, they were just disappointed when it failed to materialize. No, they were scammed out of their money. Exactly. 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 Let me go fill my bank account with enthusiasm. Will you guys enthusiastically fill my bank account, please? And yeah, he took 2 years to sue, really about a year and a half. because he was focused on getting the game out and making people whole. Except he didn't get the game out. He didn't follow through on his promise to make some of them kind of whole. So what have you been doing? What have you been doing, Logan? Like literally, I I think the reason he's suing now is because Coffeezilla called him out again and said, "So that 2 million, Logan, that 2 million that you promised to refund to some people if they promise not to sue you, we haven't seen a penny of that paid out yet." So what was that just another scam trying to buy back goodwill? Is this an Amber Heard situation, pledged as opposed to donated? I pledged 2 million to the victims of the Cryptozoo scam. That pledge never reached anyone's bank account, Logan. And when Coffeezilla called him out for the pledged versus paid, I think that's why he's suing now. That's my opinion, at least. So, in January 2023, Paul announced that he was working on a buyback program for disappointed Cryptozoo NFT holders, even though Paul had not personally received the proceeds from the sale of these NFTs or otherwise earned any money from the project whatsoever. The buyback was completed in March 2024, and it resulted in Paul successfully coming out of pocket to distribute over $1 million worth of Ethereum to eligible NFT holders. I call bullshit on that. There's no evidence that I have seen that he has distributed $1 million. His pledge was for $2 million, if I remember. So even if you have distributed $1 million worth of Ethereum, and of course, the Ethereum had gone down since he received the Ethereum. So, but even if he had paid out $1 million worth of Ethereum, my memory is he pledged 2 million. So where's the other million, Logan? But also, there's no evidence. Like literally, my memory is people saying, "Yeah, we haven't received anything. He's ghosted us." Is my memory. Now, my memory isn't perfect. It's decent. It's pretty good, I'd say. And my memory seems to be that people said, "Yeah, we haven't seen anything." But he's saying the buyback was completed in March of 2024. So, I mean, he announced it, Vince, but once again, it's announcement, that would be the pledge versus donate. And the thing is, like, in paragraph 1 or 2 of this lawsuit, Logan said, Coffeezilla has no journalism training. He has no private investigator license. Well, you don't have to have those. He's not a private investigator. He's, journalism. Anyone can be a journalist, especially, the internet has democratized journalism. And the thing about Coffeezilla is he follows the crypto wallets. And he he hasn't seen evidence of this. It is my memory. So, and yeah, the buyback was very limited. The proposed buyback, I should say, because like I said, I don't think it ever happened, period. But yeah, bullius shitus. Biggest dickus. So, okay, that's, I guess in fairness, the March 2024, let's see. Well, looking up Coffeezilla. And okay. So Coffeezilla's video calling Logan out for failing to follow through on the refund was made 5 months ago. So February. So basically, Logan hadn't followed through as of the time Coffeezilla called him out for it again. So, yeah. So, okay. So my memory was correct. It's just the alleged buyback happened after Coffeezilla's last video on it. So there is that. And Mads, you are correct. You are correct. It was not for 100 cents on the dollar because number one, he was only refunding the zoo tokens, not the or no. Let's see. I think it was refunding the zoo token, whereas so you had the egg NFTs that would hatch into animal NFTs, and then you had the zoo tokens, and I think only the zoo token was refunded. The purchasers of the NFTs didn't receive a refund. It might be the other way around, but either way, he was only refunding one, but not the other. And it wasn't a full refund. It was a limited pool. It was, of the one I'm refunding, if you bought the NFT, sucks to be you. But of the zoo token, it was, basically here's $1 million worth of Ethereum. If come and get it while it lasts, because otherwise you're out of luck. Because more than $1 million worth of Zoo tokens were sold, if I'm remembering right. So and that's it. You had to sign away your right to sue. That's normal. And okay. Okay. But like I said, it ha- it happened after Coffee's last video on it, because that was made in January or February. The paybacks happened in March. I'm guessing basically Coffee kind of forced his hand, because yeah. And I think part of it is, Charlie has the money to defend himself. Charlie, I mean, Coffeezilla also has the fan base, but like, I just think there's more risk in suing Charlie. So, yeah. The game never happened. The game never happened. The animal NFTs were sold, is my understanding. So, yeah. So, despite Logan's anger over Coffee's actions and the massive harm that Coffee's false accusations caused to his reputation, Paul was initially willing to let bygones be bygones. After all, Coffee had claimed all along that his Cryptozoo investigation was motivated by a desire to call attention to regular people who had purchased Cryptozoo NFTs only to see their investment become worthless. And so, people who had purchased Cryptozoo NFTs, so those would be the animal NFTs. And that's it. That they were all clip art. They were stock pictures. They weren't art. Paul naively believed that his commitment to the buyback program would help him find common ground with Coffee in that regard. And Coffee, like, he did say it's a start. It's not enough, but it's a start. Like, he did give Logan Paul credit for it. But then when it took him over a year to follow through on it, he called him out again and said, "Hey, where is it? Why haven't you followed through?" But common ground with a scammer, alleged scammer, yeah, right. But Paul misjudged Coffee's motives. Even after Paul announced the buyback, Coffee simply could not help himself from dipping back into the well that had proven so effective in earning him viewers, attention, and revenue, both from his YouTube earnings as well as an associated Patreon account that he used to solicit donations from subscribers. In the summer of 2023 and continuing into 2024, Coffee began publishing additional YouTube videos, which he also teased and hyped on X, formerly Twitter. Shitter is how I pronounce it. In which he again repeatedly claimed to the public the false allegation that Cryptozoo was a scam and a fraud, conceived of and perpetrated by Paul. Throughout the ups and downs of his career, including the Cryptozoo disappointment, Paul has learned to believe in the importance of accountability and taking responsibility for one's actions. Paul brings this defamation suit to hold Coffee accountable for his actions and to hold him liable for the immense harm that he has caused to Paul's reputation through the intentional and reckless dissemination of defamatory falsehoods. I mean, the truth of the matter is, Logan Paul's 14-year-old fan base has never cared. They're not the ones that had money to invest in Cryptozoo. They weren't the ones scammed. They still watch. They're still fans. They're still morons. Because yes, every 14-year-old is a moron. And like, literally, Logan Paul fails to realize even now that even if he had good intentions, I don't believe he did, but even if he had good intentions, he still was the face of the project. He, like, does he think they would have brought in a penny based on the name Eddie Ibanez? Crypto King? It brought in money because it was Logan Paul's project. That's the only reason it brought any money. And yeah, to call it a game is insane. It's like, where's the game? Where's... And the thing is that this is the introduction, so it is a narrative of conclusions. We'll see once we get into the factual allegations. We'll see if it's all conclusory or not. But we're finally into the parties. 5 pages in. And because remember, we need the parties. I mean, for those of you who are new, let's actually pull up the federal rules of civil procedure. My normal viewers will know exactly where I'm heading, but we are going to Rule 8 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, General Rules of Pleading, and we are specifically looking at Rule 8A, Claim for Relief. So, a pleading that states a claim for relief must contain 1. A short and plain statement of the grounds for the court's jurisdiction, unless the court already has jurisdiction and the claim needs no new jurisdictional support. Here, defamation is a state law, common law tort, so it relies on diversity jurisdiction. So that's why we need to have the parties. We have to know where the parties are domiciled, the amount in controversy. Well, we'll discuss that in a minute, but that's the first thing we need in order to state a claim for relief. Number 2, we need a short and plain statement of the claim showing that the pleader is entitled to relief. And that is basically the factual allegations. And then number 3, we need a demand for the relief sought, which may include relief in the alternative or different types of relief. So it's number 3 is Coffeezilla owes me millions of dollars to make me whole. So diversity jurisdiction, basically it's diversity of citizenship is what's needed. So the requirements for diversity of citizenship is state citizenship is what matters. So Coffeezilla is in Texas. I am in Utah. So there's diversity of citizenship. So Coffeezilla could sue me on diversity jurisdiction. But there also has to be at least $75,000 in controversy. So he has to say, if he wins, I would owe him at least $75,000. If he wins less than $75,000, that's fine. But he has to at least plausibly allege more than $75,000 in damages. So, and there has to be complete diversity. So if there are multiple plaintiffs and multiple defendants, every plaintiff has to live in a different state from every defendant. Now, the plaintiffs can all live in the same state as the other plaintiffs. The defendants can all live in the same state as other defendants. But plaintiffs and defendants have to be citizens of different states. So, for example, Coffeezilla and Attorney Tom both live in Texas. So, I, living in Utah, could sue both of them as co-defendants. That's complete diversity. That's complete diversity. They could both sue me. They're co-plaintiffs. I'm a defendant. The two of them could sue me and Mitt Romney. You know, he's a Utah citizen. So we're both Utah citizens. Now, they could, both citizens of Texas, they could sue me and LeBron James. You know, LeBron James is a citizen of California. But there's still complete diversity because neither of us live in Texas. But Coffeezilla could not sue me and Attorney Tom, because then you have a Texas citizen suing a Utah citizen and another Texas citizen. So there's not complete diversity. Therefore, you either have to sue in state court or rely on some other jurisdiction to get it into federal court, such as, you know, federal question jurisdiction or whatever. And regular viewers, people who have joined me before for the discussion of Rule 8. So the thing is, where we sue, that isn't a matter of, you know, that's not part of the analysis for diversity jurisdiction. That's venue analysis, and it could be Texas would be the right jurisdiction. It could be Utah's the right jurisdiction. It could be either or. It could be only one. So it just depends. Just depends. And hey, it's why we're here. We try to entertain, but also, you know, give a little bit of education while we're at it. So you'll notice. So looking at the parties, plaintiff Logan Paul is an entertainer, athlete, and entrepreneur. He is a resident and citizen of Puerto Rico and resides in Dorado. So for those of you who have followed the Janet versus the Girlies lawsuit, you'll remember in Janet's initial complaint, she fucked this part up because for some of the parties, including herself, they just put the state of residence, not the state of citizenship, because you could be technically domiciled, you could be a citizen in a different state than you reside in. But we won't discuss that here. But Logan's attorney did it properly. He is a resident and citizen of Puerto Rico. And of course, Puerto Rico does have its own federal court because it's a territory of the United States. So, defendant Stephen Findeson, Coffeezilla, is the host of the Coffeezilla YouTube program. He portrays himself as an investigative journalist and internet detective who specializes in exposing scams and uncovering scams and fraudsters. Coffee is a resident and citizen of the state of Texas and resides in Boerne, Texas. One of the big property law cases we had to learn in law school came out of Boerne, Texas. But I think it was about zoning, but I can't remember exactly. But it was a big one. Defendant Coffee Break Productions, LLC, is a Texas domestic limited liability company of which Coffee is the sole and managing member. On information and belief, Coffee Break Productions, LLC is the entity that produces and owns the rights to Coffeezilla YouTube program. On information and belief, Coffee is the sole member of Coffee Break Productions, LLC. And so Logan lives in Puerto Rico. As Kevin says, both Logan and Jake Paul ditched Puerto Rico. I don't know if Jake Paul is in Puerto Rico now, but basically, because Puerto Rico is an American territory, they are not subject to federal income tax. So, American citizens can go live in Puerto Rico without going through immigration and use it as a tax haven to a certain extent. So, I believe that's why Logan Paul lives in Puerto Rico. Quite a few, frankly, quite a few YouTubers have done the same. Quite a few high earners who are able to work remotely have moved to Puerto Rico to save on taxes. So, yeah. No, I cannot. KFAR, I've seen your numbers. It's probably not worth it for you to go through the expense of moving to Puerto Rico. At least not yet. At least not yet. And unless you renounce your U.S. citizenship, yep, that the U.S. is unique like that. It's kind of annoying, frankly. Of course, if, let's say, you move to Germany, which you'll pay higher taxes than the federal income tax, so any foreign income taxes you pay living there offset your U.S. income tax. So if you're living in Germany, you still have to file a tax return, but basically you say, yeah, so I paid more income tax, therefore you can't tax me. Of course, if your marginal tax rate would be 30% and you live in a country with a 20% income tax rate, you'd be taxed on that 10% difference. You move to Dubai with no income tax, the reality is there is a certain amount that you can earn tax-free working foreign. You still have to, file your tax return, but up to like $200,000 or so, you can earn tax-free. and then above that you have to pay. But it's just, yeah. Okay. 95,000. You know, it's been a while since I've looked at it. I just, it's never applied to me, so I haven't worried about it. Um, yeah. So, jurisdiction and venue. So, here is where they lay out why diversity jurisdiction applies here. Like I said, you can have diversity jurisdiction, you can have federal question jurisdiction. So, jurisdiction based on a federal law or the Constitution, or you can have supplemental jurisdiction. You where you piggyback state law claims onto federal question. Basically, I've done an entire video debunking sovereign citizens who say the Constitution only provides 2 jurisdictions, da 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 da, and it's like, no, that's bullshit, because Article 3, Section 2 of the Constitution has a whole bunch of different jurisdictions, and that's just federal court. It has absolutely nothing to do with state courts. But so this court has subject matter jurisdiction over this action pursuant to 28 U.S.C. Section 1332 because there is complete diversity of citizenship among the parties and the amount in controversy exceeds $75,000, excluding interest. So 28 U.S. Code Section 1332 is the federal law that covers diversity jurisdiction. So this court has personal jurisdiction over defendants Coffeezilla and Coffee Break Productions because the defendant is a Texas resident residing in Boerne, Texas, and defendant Coffee Break Productions is a Texas domestic limited liability company. So when you sue in the jurisdiction where the defendant lives, hey, it's easy to establish that this is the proper venue because that venue has personal jurisdiction over the defendant. Had Logan tried to sue in Puerto Rico, he might be able to, see, for example, Professor Schofield, who successfully sued Ashley Giard, a Texas resident, in Idaho federal court. The harm was felt in Idaho. So Idaho's long-arm statutes applied. Here, Puerto Rico's long-arm statutes might or might not apply. Where has Logan Paul suffered the harm, the alleged harm? Is it in Puerto Rico? He's frankly probably suffered more harm in Texas than in Puerto Rico. He's, probably suffered more harm in California than in Puerto Rico. In New York, there's a chance he suffered more harm in Utah than in Puerto Rico. So, maybe Texas is the best venue. Of course, by selecting Texas, that forecloses any litigation over venue because Texas is 100% an appropriate venue. And yeah. So venue is proper in this district because they're there, the defendants reside there, and they're subject to personal jurisdiction in this district, and because a substantial part of the events or omissions giving rise to plaintiff's claims occurred in this district. So that's, yeah. I agree with the venue analysis. The Coffeezilla made the videos in Texas. He uploaded the videos in Texas. Really, to get it heard in Puerto Rico, Logan Paul would have to argue the substantial harm was felt in Puerto Rico and try to argue that the long arm statutes apply. They might not. But like I said, by suing in Texas, you're automatically in Texas. And as we've seen in the Girlies lawsuit, Janet versus the Girlies, the applicability of the SLAPP laws doesn't apply. It doesn't matter where you sue, because the SLAPP law, or the lack of SLAPP law, of the defendant's home, of the defendant's citizenship, is what applies. So even if they had sued in Puerto Rico, Texas's anti-SLAPP law would apply. The Puerto Rican courts would have to use the Texas SLAPP law. And that gets complicated. And, choice of law can get complicated, frankly. I mean, they teach entire law school classes on choice of law. So now we're into factual allegations. No, I think he actually does live there, Vince. I think, like, his studio is there. It is my understanding, because another reason, aside from the tax benefits, is it's a tropical paradise. Like, literally, my opinion is if Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands formed a state together, they'd be like the East Coast's Hawaii, basically. But yeah, so factual allegations. So here you go, Linux guy. I believe it was you that said these are all just conclusions. Here are your factual allegations. Let's see if they are factual allegations or if they are all just, conclusory. I'm assuming that Logan Paul's attorneys are good enough that they know the difference, unlike Delete Law's attorneys, or Janet, or Janet's attorney, or Ashley Giard, or like 2/3 of the people we've covered in lawsuits. So yeah, factual allegations. Logan Paul builds a highly successful career and personal brand, and in the process learns a valuable lesson about the importance of one's reputation. Jesus Christ, that bolded title, learns a valuable lesson about the importance of one's reputation. Fuck me sideways, that's funny. Like, he built his entire brand off of controversy. Seriously? Paul's path to becoming a globally recognized entertainer, athlete, and entrepreneur can be traced to his days as a student at Ohio University. Not Ohio State, but Ohio University. In 2013, during his freshman year, Paul began writing and producing comedic skits, stunts, and vlog-style videos for the newly established, but now defunct, video sharing app Vine, which at the time was skyrocketing in popularity. You can tell I'm old because I didn't hear about Vine until it had already shut down. So, yeah. Paul quickly amassed not just thousands, but millions of followers and fans across his social media platforms, and within a few short months, he had become one of Vine's most followed users. Major brands like Pepsi, Ritz, HBO, and Virgin Mobile began reaching out to Paul with requests that he produce videos to market their products. JT Davis, good to see you. And yes, Ohio University is in Athens, not in Greece. I mean, it is in bold and italics. Underlining it, that would have been too far. You can do 2 out of the 3. You can bold and underline. You can italics and underline. You can bold and italics, but bold, italics, and underlined, that's just too much. Of course, capitalizing it also, that would be the delete laws favored random capitalizations. So then in 2015, at a time when terms like content creator and influencer had barely entered the public consciousness, Paul decided to take a giant leap of faith and become a pioneer in the burgeoning digital entertainment market. He left Ohio University after his freshman year and moved into a Los Angeles apartment with like-minded creatives. Paul began enhancing his skill sets by taking acting classes, training with well-known comedy troupes, and collaborating with other successful digital content creators. All the while, he continued writing and producing new content, churning out near daily videos for his followers. The thing is, they're trying to show what his reputation is worth so that they can establish the kind of damage Coffeezilla did to his reputation. So yeah, it seems like he's trying to give himself an ego boost, but this is actually, worth the ink. It's worth the space it takes up in the lawsuit. So I wonder. And the thing is, though, if they bring that up, like bringing up his past controversies that frankly have only seen him grow, would only go to show, maybe he's defamation proof. Like his reputation is so bad that either people don't care that his reputation is bad or they're drawn to his channel because of the bad reputation, because they've come to expect a shit show. So, bringing it up might be a bad idea because number one, they don't want to make him look bad. But number two, it would show, hey, yeah, so Coffeezilla couldn't have actually damaged him because he's defamation proof. But also, are they going to be able to show damages? Because, like, did Logan Paul lose revenue? Did he lose subscribers? Did he lose brand deals? And can those be traced to Coffeezilla? I don't know. But as I've said, we're going to have to do an analysis of New York Times versus Sullivan to see. So, Paul's leap of faith and exhaustive work ethic paid off. By 2016, he had amassed nearly 20 million followers across his social media platforms. He appeared on the CBS News show 60 Minutes, and national media outlets like Business Insider and Adweek began publishing long form pieces about him, lauding him for his unique mix of physical comedy and charisma, and crowning him as one of the most influential internet stars. Nowhere Fast, you are 2 hours behind, but the reality, as Vince put it, you're about 2 pages behind on the actual meat and potatoes of the lawsuit. We just got started on the factual allegations, so you're good. And basically that's it, Mads. Like I said earlier, quoting Emily D. Baker, lawsuits, especially the complaint and the motion to dismiss or motion for summary judgment, it's allegations and shade. It's without lying, trying to tell the best story possible for your client. And then, in the answer or in the motion to dismiss, in the responsive pleading, it'll be Coffeezilla's lawyer's job to make Coffee look like a saint and make Logan Paul look like a villain. And then, you get to put them together and kind of get a more clear picture. So, during this time, Paul also expanded his reach outside of digital media by securing acting roles in the more traditional entertainment industry, including guest starring roles on Law and Order SVU and on Disney's Bizaardvark. Ugh. I'm glad my niece and nephews have never had access to the Disney Channel or Nickelodeon. I mean, they have access to a lot of shit on the internet, but they've never had access to those. And I'm grateful for it, frankly. Of course, I think even if they had cable, my sister-in-law would actually put a block on the Disney Channel just because she hates Disney. She absolutely hates Disney. When Vine shut down in early 2017, Paul adapted. Did he adapt like a Cryptozoo cryptid? But he adapted and transitioned to publishing content to his YouTube channels. He began developing and producing longer skits and more daring stunt videos, and posting daily vlogs documenting his life and adventures with friends and fellow creatives. Paul's viewership and fan base continued to skyrocket, and as it did so, Paul continued to parlay his success into other business opportunities, which included securing partnerships with the likes of Pepsi, Hanes, and Dunkin' Donuts, and developing a successful clothing brand called Maverick by Logan Paul. Someone earlier said something about me wearing exclusively Maverick merchandise. I think it was Kevin Campbell. I didn't get that. But now I do, because apparently Logan Paul has a clothing brand called Maverick. This is the first I'm hearing about it. I think Maverick clothing, and I'm like, I know people do it, but why would you wear a t-shirt from a gas station? Because one of the big gas station chains here in Utah, it's expanded through the West a little bit, and they just bought Come and Go, is Maverick. Basically, like our poor man's version of Buc-ee's. But yeah, this is my first hearing about Logan Paul's Maverick brand. Paul's rising star, however, was not entirely free from controversy. Here you go, Kfar. They are going there. They are going to Japan. So his rising star was not entirely free from controversy. In December 2017, Paul traveled to Japan with friends to produce a series of vlog episodes called Tokyo Adventures. One of the videos was set to feature Paul and his friends camping overnight in the Aokigahara forest. Yeah. Which, given its reputation as a common site for unalivings, was rumored to be haunted. Paul's aim was to produce a spooky yet light-hearted episode of the group exploring, setting up camp, and surviving the night amongst the forest's supposed ghosts. Yeah. Things quickly took a turn, however, when the group unexpectedly came across the body of an unaliving victim. In a series of regrettable decisions that Paul freely acknowledges showed immaturity, insensitivity, and poor judgment, instead of turning off the camera, Paul continued to film and later uploaded the video to his YouTube channel. Yeah, you go to a forest with that reputation, and you unexpectedly find that the forest lives up to its reputation. That's unexpectedly. It's almost like he was counting on running into that problem. The blowback against Paul, justifiably, was swift and relentless. Thousands of people, including celebrities, took to Twitter and other platforms to express their outrage over the video and to condemn Paul for exploiting an unaliving victim for their views and subjecting his young audience to such horrific content. All right, time for me to open my ginger ale. That is tasty. So, within a day, 200,000 people signed a petition to demand YouTube remove Paul from its platform. And news of the controversial video made international headlines. In the face of this overwhelming criticism, Paul took the video down and posted a series of apologies in which he expressed shame and disappointment in himself. But the damage was done. Within days, Paul's brand and reputation, which he had spent years building, was in tatters. YouTube removed Paul from Google's preferred ads program, which allows brands to sell ads on the platform's top content creators, and suspended a planned YouTube Red movie deal with him. So basically, he was demonetized, which is a big deal, but you know, when you get brand deals, it's less of a big deal because, you know, a brand deal for a video can earn you a lot more than the actual ad revenue for that video. You know, brands, I realize I'm small. I have some genius ideas. Like I said, if Keeps wants to sponsor me, I have a hilarious, like literally, I think it would be the funniest Keeps ad anyone has ever made, and I'm uniquely qualified to do it. As I've said, robot legs are cool. Toupees are not, until they invent robot hair. Keeps. Except I'll have physical gags like, you know, robot legs do not work as robot hair. So, and that is true. YouTube has a lot more tolerance for rule breaking if someone earns them a lot of money. So, and that's not just YouTube, Twitch, you know, Kick, everyone. It's YouTube. They have a financial incentive. So, meanwhile, the number of viewers and new subscribers on Paul's YouTube channel plummeted. The harsh blowback took a toll on Paul's own mental health as he attempted to reevaluate himself and his decision making. Paul not only lost lucrative opportunities, but also valued personal relationships. Almost overnight, he went from being a well-loved rising star with a flourishing brand to what felt like the most hated person in the world. Instead of simply issuing public apologies and moving on, and speaking of Twitch, I don't have any viewers on there at the moment, but I do stream to both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. So, you know, if you are on Twitch, you know, follow me there. You know, that would be cool. I used to also stream to Facebook, but you have to have, you know, they changed their policy a week or two ago. You have to have over 100 followers, and I really don't care about Facebook. But I figured, hey, if it drives a little traffic, it's worth it. It's no extra work. But they changed their policy, so it's like, yeah, okay, fuck you guys. But yeah, so if you want to follow me on Twitch, I wouldn't complain. I won't tell you where to watch me though, because that's against terms of service. So watch me where you want. So instead of simply issuing public apologies and moving on, Paul took a hiatus from content creation in order to focus on making amends and learning from his serious misjudgment. I think it was he was giving people time to forget. That's what I think. That's the standard operating procedure. You get on, preferably with your dog, take a great big sigh. I'm sorry. I'll do better. I'm working on myself. I'm going to take a break and I'll come back bigger and better than ever. Is the standard content creator apology. So yeah. And Twitch is a streaming platform owned by Amazon. It's frankly, I'm old, so I didn't hear about that until the last couple of years either. But yeah, it's another streaming site. So Logan connected with unaliving prevention and mental health organizations, had challenging conversations with unaliving survivors, and began surrounding himself with more positive influences. And I feel real stupid using unaliving instead of the S word, but I try to keep my streams monetized. I do say fuck a lot, which doesn't tend to get me demonetized, but using the S word, YouTube really doesn't like that. So even if it makes me feel silly, I use workarounds. Just like for the R word, I use Schrodinger's cat's description, the unauthorized use of another's body. So over time, Paul worked tirelessly to try and rebuild his reputation. He focused on self improvement and tried to conduct himself as a role model for his fans and supporters. He also busied himself by branching out into new markets and business pursuits. So he's mentioned the forest, the dead body controversy. Is he going to mention Dink Doink, or is he going to pretend that Cryptozoo was his first alleged crypto scam? Because like literally part of Coffeezilla's defense is going to be, so I realize that his business partners scammed, like ran off with the money, but he's done it before, so how do I give him the benefit of the doubt? How do I give them the benefit of the doubt? You don't. So in 2018, Paul, who had been training in boxing, began leaning into his athletic prowess and promoted a successful white collar boxing match between himself and fellow YouTuber KSI. He then launched a podcast called Impulsive, in which he engages in frank conversations with friends, fellow YouTubers, and public figures like Kevin Hart, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Mike Tyson. Impulsive currently has over 4.6 million subscribers on YouTube. In 2021, Paul announced and marketed a boxing match between himself and legendary world champion boxer Floyd Mayweather Jr., which aired on Showtime and became one of the most successful pay-per-views in 2021. I believe it was that successful because frankly, people wanted to watch Logan Paul get his face caved in. Like, that's the hope if he ends up fighting Mike Tyson, is that Mike Tyson literally breaks him. So, yeah. No idea. No idea. No idea. Seriously? So, like, I know that Logan Paul bought, was it a Pikachu card or Charizard? I'm of the age that when Pokemon came out, I was just old enough to think this is stupid. And so I never got into it. But I know Logan Paul paid like $2 million for a Pokemon card that he wore on a chain around his neck. I didn't realize that was Crypto King that sold it to him. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. And he is, but he's still massive. Like, he may be slower than he used to be, but I still think he lands a couple punches and Logan Paul is in serious physical danger. So that same year, Logan broke into WWE, making his debut on an episode of SmackDown, and signed a multi-event contract with the WWE the following year. In 2023, ESPN ranked Paul number 10 of the 30 best pro wrestlers under 30. And as of the filing of this complaint, he is the reigning United States champion in the WWE. You're bragging about being the champion of a scripted fight. Like it's scripted. I realize it still takes tremendous athleticism to do the choreographed moves in WWE. I'm not shitting on them as athletes, but it's scripted. Vince McMahon decided that Logan Paul was the champion. It's what, for those of you who also watch Mad Catster, what's the sarcastic phrase he uses about hurting himself from rolling his eyes too hard? Because I think Mad Catster has a saying for it, but I can't remember what it is. Either way, whatever Mad Catster says about it, I agree. I couldn't roll my eyes any harder at this. Or is it not Mad Catster? Is it the reporting live from my sofa guy who is not a lawyer but covers lawsuits and yeah. So, in 2022, Paul co-founded a sport and energy drink called Prime Hydration LLC, which has become extremely successful, surpassing $1.2 billion in annual sales in 2023. And he co-founded that with KSI, who he did the white collar boxing match with a couple of years before that. So Paul has since credited the controversial Japan episode with helping him to reset and become a better person. In a 2022 interview, he spoke openly about that dark time in his life and how it altered his trajectory, stating, before we read the quote, it was a reset, but yet he's had all kinds of controversies since then. And I mean, it does now. For a while, especially in the UK, people were like, because 12-year-olds are stupid, they were, spending 30, 40, 50 bucks for a bottle of Prime. And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And the South Park Can't remember. I think it was one of the specials, the long episodes that are on Paramount Plus. The one making fun of Prime with a drink called Cred was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So, yep, that's it. Here's the payoff to the hero's journey from heel to hero in 3 easy steps. So Logan Paul stated in the 2022 interview, I often look back at that time of my life and the person I was unfortunately becoming, and now at 26, I can safely say Japan was the biggest blessing in my life. I needed a reset. I needed life to check me, and it did. And I became a person that I ended up loving instead of becoming that jackass because I was heading down a nasty path that was validated by clout, money, fame, wealth, which is all just superficial bullshit, and it doesn't make a person great. And so I really had to revisit my values, rediscover myself, open my ears, listen to the people around me, put the right people in place around me. Like Eddie Ibanez and Crypto King, maybe? Maybe? Maybe a little Eddie Ibanez? Right people in place around you? At the time, it was like the worst thing ever. I don't think there was a more hated person in the world than me, and I'm still rebuilding to this day and trying to learn and keeping my ears open and getting involved in positive conversation and positive change around the world. It ended up forcing me to become somebody who I love, and I'm not sure I loved myself back then. That brings us to footnote 1, which is a link to the MMA Hour YouTube on February 28th, 2022. So that's the link to the video that has that quote. By applying the charisma and tireless work ethic that made him successful in the first place, but with greater humility and self reflection, Paul was able to salvage and rebuild his career and reputation. Although extremely painful at the time, the Japan episode taught Paul a valuable lesson about the importance of one's reputation, how quickly it can be destroyed, and how hard it can be to repair it. Yeah, I think Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong il, you know, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Benjamin Netanyahu, um, various others, just to name heads of state or former heads of state, are all more hated than Logan Paul. You know, I think Madonna, who was mentioned earlier, attracts more hatred. Um, just yeah. So, although extremely painful at the time, the Japan episode taught Paul a valuable lesson about the importance of one's reputation, how quickly it can be destroyed, and how hard it can be to repair it. I mean, he'd have to be better known to be more hated than Logan Paul. I mean, if 20 million people actually knew who he was, he would be more hated. Like, he's hated by a higher percentage of the people who know who he is, but he's still a nobody. I mean, yeah, Gunner and Charlie have done videos about him, but yeah. Yeah, Logan Phoenix Paul. Rise from the ashes. So Paul delves into the digital asset market and develops an idea for a blockchain game called Cryptozoo that incorporates NFTs. So is he actually going to completely ignore the previous crypto projects like Dink Doink? Just straight into he develops an idea for Cryptozoo as his first foray into the digital asset market. Okay. In 2020, non-fungible tokens, NFTs, began to experience rapid growth in the nascent digital asset market, which had largely been centered around cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Binance. Like cryptocurrencies, NFTs exist on a blockchain, which acts as a public ledger where digital transactions are processed and recorded across a decentralized network created by various participants in the digital marketplace. Unlike cryptocurrencies, which operate as a form of digital currency, NFTs are more akin to a valuable collectible, like an original piece of artwork or musical recording. Yeah, I see no value in those whatsoever. And the thing is, Mads, like I think he is a narcissist. Like, I can't diagnose him, but the thing is, there's a lot to hate about him. Like, he's a genuinely bad person, just genuinely bad, and like he's a lol cow. His lawsuits provide endless entertainment, but he really is a terrible, violent, vile person. And you don't get the kind of protection order history he has without being a bad person. So each NFT is a one of a kind and non-fungible, meaning it is irreplaceable and cannot be copied, substituted, or subdivided. As I've said before, just because something is rare, just because something is unique, doesn't mean it's valuable. Just because something is scarce doesn't mean it's valuable. Like, to make the point about the gold standard, I used to use this analogy, but it doesn't work anymore because someone actually has done it. But I used to say, the gold standard is dumb because why tie your economy to how much of a gold, how much of a metal you can pull out of the ground? It's a constraint on the economy. It limits actual growth. So if your goal is to tie your economy to something that is limited, there's a constraint, why not go on the Joe's fart standard instead of the gold standard? My farts, while relatively plentiful, are a limited quantity. There's only so much I can fart. There's only so much gold you can pull out of the ground. Now, of course, I used it to be crude, but, you know, a little nonsensical. Unfortunately, there is that girl that, you know, she was selling her jarred farts a couple of years ago, and now it's suddenly less nonsensical. And the thing is, gold does have value. Like, there is a productive value to gold. You know, even the productive value of gold jewelry. People like wearing shiny things. That's value. It's used in electronics. As I've mentioned, my dad worked for National Semiconductor, and his facility later became Fairchild Semiconductor. They made computer chips. Some of those were etched with gold onto the silicon. So, like, there's productive value in gold. It goes into electronics. It goes into, you know, automobiles. It goes into spacecraft. It, like, gold has productive value. I just think having gold bars in your safe is like, how is that creating value? So I say, if you want to invest in gold, buy the gold mine, not the gold. So I'd be happy to attempt to prove you wrong there, CJ5. Like, there are certain rappers that I would be happy to fart on and hope it lingers. And that's not a kink. That's just me thinking there are certain rappers that I think, you know, deserve to smell like farts. So, and that's it. Like, I have a lot of criticisms for Richard Nixon, but one of the greatest things any president did, in my opinion, was Richard Nixon taking us off the gold standard. Because, like I said, constraining your economy by the amount of gold you can dig up is dumb. It just doesn't help. And, well, I mean, that's I was going to say, I assume you meant Great Depression, because we haven't been on the gold standard since, like, I think it was 1971 that Nixon took us off the gold standard. So, yeah. But this statement, you know, each NFT is a one-of-a-kind and non-fungible, you know, and it represents an original piece of artwork or musical recording. The thing is, what, like, you're not going to display it on the wall. It's not fine art. What's the value other than saying, well, yeah, but I own it. You only right-clicked on it. Therefore, yeah. So they generally exist in the form of an image file. And when someone purchases the NFT, the original digital asset is recorded on a blockchain, which is globally accessible. This record provides proof of ownership and value for the NFT. Ever the entrepreneur and innovator, Paul began to explore the digital asset market in 2020 and experiment with creating NFTs. From there, Paul contemplated a blockchain game that incorporated NFTs so that players could have fun using and trading their digital assets rather than letting them sit in digital wallets. In early 2021, Paul fleshed this out and came up with an idea for a blockchain game based on an animal fusion concept that later became known as Cryptozoo, the game. So it's Logan Paul's idea. Logan Paul's idea. It's his project. He's responsible. He's responsible. He's responsible. And that's the thing, Mads. For the most part, is fine art an investment? It's an asset, but not an investment. And fine art, frankly, is similar to crypto. It's used in money laundering. It's used in drug deals. You know, if you can't move $100 million to, buy a submarine full of narcotics, you give them a Van Gogh. And then you exchange that Van Gogh for money. So, yeah. Paul had seen the animal fusion concept go viral in other contexts, so he knew people enjoyed it. But he was also inspired by his love of Pokemon, a Japanese media franchise that included video games, trading cards, and animated series and films. In the Cryptozoo game, as Paul imagined it, players could acquire egg NFTs that would hatch a base animal, and players with multiple base animals in their collection could then breed those animals to create hybrid animal NFTs within the game's virtual ecosystem. Understanding that he did not possess the technical expertise, relevant expertise, or time necessary to turn his vision into a reality, Paul and his management team worked to assemble a team of experts in the digital asset market and game development to help bring the concept to life. To that end, in early 2021, Paul's management team evaluated potential candidates from within Paul's social and professional networks and identified Jake Greenbaum and Eddie Ibanez as qualified candidates, and both agreed to join the project. Are we going to hear about how Jake Paul ran background checks on them? Took references? Anything? Probably not. And once again, you hire a scammer and they scam, you're responsible. Logan Paul is responsible for the scams of the people he hired if they scam while working for him. So early on in the February 2021 timeframe, Greenbaum and Ibanez recommended creating and incorporating a token into the game. The animal NFTs were to yield zoo tokens to players in amounts that varied depending on the rarity of the animal they owned. The purpose of the zoo token was to be for use in the Cryptozoo game ecosystem, with players able to spend the tokens in a virtual marketplace and on a variety of in-game features and enhancements. Given his purported expertise in the digital asset market, Greenbaum agreed to act as an advisor on all blockchain and cryptocurrency-related aspects of the project, including the advantages and disadvantages of selling NFTs on the Ethereum blockchain network versus the Binance Smart Chain (BSC) network. He was also responsible for the economics and utility of the zoo tokens and NFTs, including the amounts that would be created, allocation, pricing, in-game fees, and so forth. I never got a Tamagotchi. My cousin, who's my same age, so 40, had one. I tended to steal it and try to kill her Tamagotchi pets because I was a dickhead at 12 and 40. Ibanez, who claimed to have attended MIT, to have worked for various government agencies and professional sports teams, and to have created his own successful marketing and analytics firm, was responsible for leading the game's development efforts, which included putting together and managing a team of developers to work on gameplay, user interface, and website design. Like Greenbaum, Ibanez also claimed to be very knowledgeable about cryptocurrency, blockchain technology, and the attributes of successful projects in this space. And he too acted as an advisor in these areas. For his part, Paul focused on creating rules for the game, assigning names and rarities to the featured animals, providing high-level input on in-game features, design, and functionality, and assisting in the hiring and oversight of graphic artists for the game. To that end, Paul hired over 10 artists and animators to begin working on creating the artwork and animation for the game. Paul also agreed to be responsible for marketing and promoting the game, but he was adamant about not announcing or promoting the game publicly until development was in its final stages. Signaling his devotion to and faith in the project, in the early months of development, Paul incurred $220,000 in out-of-pocket expenses, most of which went to paying artists. Ibanez, who also represented himself as independently wealthy through his successful data analytics company, told Paul that he would personally go out of pocket for development costs, which would include paying a team of developers working under his direction. Pretty much. Pretty much. Greenbaum and Ibanez sabotage and undermine the Cryptozoo project, ultimately leading to its failure. Yeah. Consistent with their roles and responsibilities, Paul relied upon the purported expertise of Greenbaum and Ibanez for all technical and blockchain aspects of the project, including the creation of the liquidity pool and the launch of the Zoo token, the development of the game, and all related legal and regulatory matters and industry practices. Unbeknownst to Paul, however, Greenbaum and Ibanez were con artists. Both men lied about their resumes, knowledge, expertise, and intentions. Unbeknownst to Paul. Um, so he didn't do a background check. I'm, I'm assuming. Like I've said, if I'm going to stream with someone, I don't need to do a background check. If I'm going out to lunch with someone, I don't need to do a background check. If I'm creating a financial product, I'm doing a background check. I'm absolutely doing a background check. If my reputation is on the line like that, I'm doing a background check. Logan Paul should have done background checks. Of course, Logan Paul shouldn't have done crypto scams in the first place, but, Greenbaum and Ibanez sabotaged the project from within and prevented it from ever realizing Paul's vision. Following the launch of the Zoo token in June 2021 and leading up to the launch of Egg NFTs in early September 2021, both Greenbaum and Ibanez separately earned themselves millions of dollars through the surreptitious sale of Zoo tokens conducted behind the backs of Paul and the other honest members of the Cryptozoo team. So they were gazumped. Good word, gazumped. Ibanez, meanwhile, misled Paul about the progress of the game and his ability to deliver it. Despite Ibanez's repeated and unequivocal assurances that development was nearing completion, which Paul relied upon when publicly announcing the project on his Impulsive podcast in August 2021, in reality, it was far behind. As a result, when the Egg NFTs were released for sale on September 3rd, 2021, the first step of what was supposed to be a multi-step rollout of the game, the sale experienced significant technical issues and delays that signaled to Paul for the first time that he had been misled. As Paul wrote to his co-founders following the Egg sale, the problem is that we are extremely understaffed, under-equipped, under-experienced, and bit off more than we can chew, and none of it was relayed to me. Imagine wanting to be paid. It's such a strange concept. Such a strange concept. And I imagine they wanted to be paid in euros as opposed to Zoo token. Candy Zoo token. Yep. Well, we've already seen his zero to hero redemption arc. So far from profiting from, participating in, or even acquiescing to the deceptive conduct and ineptitude of Greenbaum and Ibanez, Paul did everything in his power to get the project back on track, except for, putting money into it, hiring actual developers, like everything in his power to try to convince them, to come back, to fix it. Everything in his power, except, actually taking action. With regard to Greenbaum, Paul took steps to remove him from the project altogether in August 2021, once he learned of Greenbaum's surreptitious and unapproved sales of Zoo tokens, even going so far as launching a new Zoo token and blacklisting all wallets associated with Greenbaum. Good Seinfeld reference there. Decaffeinated coffee table book. When Paul realized Ibanez was incapable of delivering the game following the Egg sale, he insisted on bringing on additional developers immediately, regardless of the cost. Confronted with yet additional deception and corresponding delays in the week after the Egg NFT sale, including one of Ibanez's developers stealing the code to the game, which caused the development team to have to remint the Zoo token and airdrop the replacement version to holders yet again, Paul wrote to his team on September 30th, 2021. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. All of this. I'm baffled. Everyone will be publicly held accountable for any errors, blunders, or missteps or betrayals that took place for this project. I'm not sure there's a worse feeling than putting your trust in a team that continually fails in the biggest way possible. I've done all I can, and for the first time in my life, I'm completely powerless. But I will not go down here because I'm not responsible. And I will execute this game properly with the right people. Well, you see, everyone will be held accountable, but I'm not responsible. Therefore, everyone being held accountable except Logan Paul. You try to hold him responsible, and by golly, he'll sue. From September 2021 through 2022, Paul's manager and other advisors worked to get the project back on track, including by hiring new development teams to take over Ibanez's responsibilities. During that time, Paul would receive updates and was assured the project was progressing, albeit slowly, as they now had to work backwards to address all of the problems and issues created by Ibanez. All the while, Paul pushed for transparency with the Cryptozoo community, telling his team in June 2022, for example, that someone should explain what's going, and be transparent about funds, because I'm curious too. Someone should explain? Like, him? Someone, as in Logan Paul, should explain and be transparent? Or just someone else? Someone else so that Logan Paul doesn't have to. Because, yeah. And Surrender Monkey, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. It's crypto as a scam. So, near the end of 2022, Paul was coming to terms with the fact that the project might never be completed, despite his best efforts to salvage it. On December 14th, 2022, Paul emailed his manager, Jeffrey Levin, and expressed a desire to do whatever we can to make this right with those who had believed in Cryptozoo. Paul said, I'm still unsure of what happened internally or with the Ibanez character, but I want to make sure we're doing as much due diligence as we can for the holders. Is Jeffrey Levin the one that no longer works with Logan Paul because he doesn't think he was treated well, paid properly, like at all? So, yeah. For the avoidance of doubt, Cryptozoo was Paul's passion project, and its failure was devastating for Paul, who had invested significant time, energy, and funds into the project. Notwithstanding his own errors of judgment in placing his trust in the wrong people, Paul had nothing but good intentions for the project. All he ever wanted was to create a fun, blockchain-based digital collectibles game. And Vince, the only reason I might know that is from watching Some Ordinary podcast. Mudahar and the others have talked about the falling out recently. So that's literally the only way I know. Unlike Ibanez or Greenbaum, Paul never sold a single Zoo token or NFT or made any profit whatsoever from the game. To the contrary, Paul lost hundreds of thousands of dollars because of Ibanez and Greenbaum's incompetence and deception. Yes. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not going to watch it, but I'm looking forward to it. So, unfortunately, despite defendant Coffeezilla's admitted access to contemporaneous project communications that make unmistakably clear Paul's good intentions, Coffee perceived an opportunity to increase his viewership and profile and enrich himself in the process by distorting the public narrative to falsely portray the saga of Cryptozoo as a scam perpetrated by Paul. The thing is, it was a scam. It was a scam. Logan Paul was the head of it. Whether he intended it to be a scam or not, which like I've said, I think he absolutely intended this as a rug pull. I just think Ibanez and Greenbaum got to the rug pulling first. Like, had they delivered on the project, I fully expect that Logan Paul would have sold out, stopped promoting it, and let it go to zero. That's like he may not have completed the scam himself, but he facilitated, he made it possible for the others to complete the scam. It's his fault. It's his fault. Oh, is it Jake Paul that he's fighting? They're interchangeable to me, frankly, because I don't watch either of them. So, Coffee builds a profitable personal brand as an expert in ferreting out supposed scams. So, Coffee grew up in Texas and attended Texas A&M University, where he majored in chemical engineering. He has no formal education or training in journalism. Neither does Logan Paul, neither do I. Journalism isn't a licensed profession, funny enough. After college, he worked as a salesperson for a home builder in the San Antonio area. In 2014, he joined YouTube. His early videos, posted on a channel called Coffee Break, did not focus on any particular topic and were more in the vein of video essays than an effort at investigative journalism. One video from 2017, for example, is aimed at criticizing the use of corporate jargon in office spaces, while another from the same time frame asks, is exercising worth your time? So his early videos were basically, you know what really grinds my gears? In 2018, he first adopted the Coffeezilla persona, creating his YouTube channel under that name in August of that year. His early videos on the Coffeezilla channel were similar to the previous Coffee Break videos, consisting of interviews on various topics and video essays such as how to live in an age of distraction. Yeah. Beginning in 2019, Coffee started producing a series of videos on fake gurus, or individuals who sell self-help or online courses with questionable value. From there, he began to focus more and more on videos billed as exposing scams. And by 2020, he was posting videos in the current recognizable Coffeezilla style, featuring him talking into a microphone with what has become a signature white dress shirt and suspenders look. By 2021, he began to focus many of his videos on cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Tether, and Dogecoin, But Coffee himself has credited his continuing focus on cryptocurrencies and supposed associated scams to his video series on the Save the Kids token, a cryptocurrency that was marketed as a charitable effort but turned out to be a classic pump and dump scheme. Numerous online influencers were associated with the token and involved in the marketing in marketing it. Was it FaZe Rain that was most associated and most canceled for the Save the Kids debacle? I think it was one of the FaZe people. So the attention garnered by Coffeezilla's video detailing his investigation of Save the Kids and his conclusion that the token was a scam was a breakout hit for the YouTuber. As the New Yorker magazine put it, the Save the Kids series marked Coffee's transition from a snarky YouTube critic to something more akin to an investigative journalist. So, okay, that's what I thought. But once again, I've never watched a single FaZe video because why would I? Around the same time as his Save the Kids series, in July 2021, Coffee published a video he titled Logan Paul's New Crypto Coin is an Embarrassment, which focused on a meme token called Dink Doink. In that video, Coffee falsely accused Paul of participating in what he characterized as a Ponzi scheme, alleging Paul promoted the token and concealed his involvement in the creation for the purpose of enriching himself in an eventual sell-off. Oh, so we're not going to discuss Logan Paul's involvement in Dink Doink, just Coffeezilla's work in exposing it. Got it. And yeah, it was a bunch of people. I think it was primarily Coffee and Mutahar, Some Ordinary Gamer. But like everyone made videos about Save the Kids. Like Charlie did, Oompaville did, basically all the commentary YouTubers did. But I think the investigation was Coffee and Mutahar primarily. So there was no truth whatsoever to Coffee's allegations of bad intent. Paul's trading activity involving the token, which was not discussed at all in the video, was limited. And although Paul was allocated Dink Doink tokens by its founder, he never sold these tokens. They sit in his digital wallet to this day. But you promoted it. Like, even if he didn't design, even if he wasn't the creator of Dink Doink, which from the clips I've seen, it seemed he was the creator, he promoted it. He promoted a Ponzi scheme. Even if he didn't have his exit from the Ponzi scheme, he promoted a Ponzi scheme. Promotion of a Ponzi scheme is a crime. It is bad news. Even if you don't profit off of it. If you promote it, you're naughty. But the Dink Doink video nevertheless received nearly 800,000 views, and Coffee was learning that the intersection of cryptocurrency and social media influencers, and especially Paul, was of great interest to his potential audience, and had the potential to further increase his profile and earn him significant income. The thing is, like, Logan Paul is trying to say, like, this is unethical of Coffeezilla. How dare he? How dare he associate, you know, these innocent social media creators with the crypto scams that they promote or create or whatever. It's how dare Coffeezilla recognize that he can make money, he can get views if he gets views even if it's not a big creator, even if it's not a big influencer, he still gets views for exposing crypto scams, for exposing fake gurus, for exposing scams in general. But it's real fertile ground. There are a lot of social media influencers promoting crypto scams. And the thing is, it hasn't ended. I mean, Coffee has a video from just the other day where he confronts Boogie for promoting a crypto scam. Like, it's still happening. It died off for a little while because crypto was down, but as soon as it was coming back up, people were back on the scams, back promoting them. But and that's it. That's it. You follow the, if an audience likes something, do that. Do that. That's how you grow. Although YouTube's compensation policies for creators are complex and actual earnings can vary based on multiple factors, according to Influencer Marketing Hub, creators on average can earn about 1.8 cents per video view, which can translate to tens of thousands of dollars per video once a creator is able to get millions of viewers to turn in. I mean, yeah. By May 2022, Coffee told The New Yorker that he was no longer selling houses and that creating YouTube content was his full-time job. Going forward, his videos focused almost exclusively on cryptocurrency and supposed scams involving cryptocurrency. Like I said, it's fertile ground. He became the go-to scam buster for crypto scams. Like, he's literally the face of scam busting in this area. People trust him. People trust him. People trust, like, they see the research he does. He shows, this is how I went through the crypto wallets. This is how I tracked the funds. He like, and that's it. If you don't promote crypto scams, if you don't create crypto scams, Coffeezilla won't do stories about you. You know who Coffeezilla hasn't ever done a story about? Me. Because I haven't ever done a crypto scam. So, and unless Coffeezilla takes clips out of this video to say, hey, here's a lawyer talking about my lawsuit, he yeah, and unfortunately, Boogie had already taken the money. I mean, I realize he's desperate, whereas Logan Paul, I just attribute it to greed. It's like, Logan Paul makes plenty of money. Some would argue he makes too much money. Boogie was desperate. I mean, I did email him and say, hey, if you want to slum it here with me, here's a link so we can laugh at the lawsuit together. So maybe I should sue Coffeezilla for not clicking the link and joining me. I don't know what the cause of action would be, but you know. Of course, frankly, I didn't expect Coffeezilla to click the link because for him it would be slumming, but you know, you never know. You never know. He's definitely not going to click the link if you don't send it to him. So yeah, and pretty much with Boogie, you know, there's all those medical expenses because he doesn't take care of himself. I mean, I'm not one to talk, but I'm also not 400 pounds. So Coffee seeks to drum up viewership for his channel by promoting and publishing a series of videos about what he claimed was Logan Paul's biggest scam. So hopefully now that we're getting some pictures, we'll be able to move quicker because 47 pages is an awful lot for a complaint. We're on page 18. Hopefully pictures mean we move through the pages faster now. I realize I'm a bit wordy too, but yeah. So on December 16th, 2022, Coffee published on his Coffeezilla YouTube account the first video in what would become a 3-part series about Cryptozoo. Excuse me. Damn you, ginger ale. The first video, part 1, was entitled Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam. I mean, it was a scam. It was a scam. Even if Logan Paul wasn't the one perpetuating the scam, he promoted it. Hammer Boy would have a hard time providing diagrams and pictures because he eats his crayons. So how is he going to create the pictures and diagrams? So, I mean, Boogie needs multiple doctors. He said in the conversation with Coffeezilla that he has cancer. So, you know, he definitely needs doctors there, if it's true. So, right off the bat, Coffee promised his audience that he would be revealing the inside story of how Paul scammed victims out of millions of dollars. He claimed that his high-effort investigation was a year in the making, and he teased, "Some of you guys think you know the story, but it goes so much deeper." And of course, at the center of it, we have Logan Paul, who has abandoned this thing, leaving thousands of victims in his wake. The video then introduced Cryptozoo as Paul's brainchild and explained how the game was intended to work in concept, with participants using zoo tokens or other cryptocurrencies to purchase egg NFTs, which they could then hatch and breed to create ever rarer hybrid animals, earning additional zoo tokens that could be used to purchase additional eggs or on other in-game features. Coffee acknowledged that there was nothing particularly unusual, novel, or nefarious about this structure, as there are a lot of NFT games built on this model, which is called play to earn. Nevertheless, consistent with the name of the series, Coffee insinuated to his viewers that the real problem with Cryptozoo was that Paul had illicit intentions from the outset. Coffee claimed that those who bought Cryptozoo NFTs had been duped by Paul's portrayal of himself as this reformed influencer rather than a reckless a reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout goblin just in it for the money. Wow. A reckless clout Now, I have used the phrase clout goblin before about other people. Could be that's where I first heard it. But wow. He continued. They thought this time it's different. Logan Paul couldn't possibly scam us, right? The video then discussed the hatch day on November 3rd, 2021, and the technical difficulties and issues with the game that resulted in the inability of users to claim their yield of tokens, or, in some cases, to hatch their eggs. Coffee claimed that after the trouble-filled launch on Hatch Day, Paul entirely washed his hands of Cryptozoo, failing to make any additional contributions and abandoning the project. He further claimed that those who had bought Cryptozoo NFTs were led on by allegedly false assurances that Paul remained invested in the project. And yes, I would suggest, I mean, it's been a while for me too. I watched Coffee's videos when he first released them. So I'm basically going on 2-year-old memory almost at this point. The remainder of the video is mostly spent discussing the allegation that the Cryptozoo team failed to pay its developers and owed them $1 million. Though Coffee concedes that there are no written contracts to substantiate that anyone was owed that amount. Ooh, no written contracts, therefore we don't owe the money for the work that was done. Once again, a contract does not actually have to be written. Did they provide invoices? Like, were they contractors? And, if he concedes there were no written contracts, how is that this defamation? He's being thorough. He says, yeah, so the developers tell me they're owed $1 million, but there are no contracts. How is this a reckless disregard for the truth or falsity of the statement? Sounds to me like it's the complete truth as far as Coffeezilla is concerned. The developers contend they're owed $1 million, at least. But they don't have contracts, so I can't validate it. How is that reckless disregard for the truth? That sounds like the complete truth to me. Part 1 concludes with a preview of Part 2 of Coffee's Cryptozoo series. The preview features images of text messages between Paul and an unidentified person, with Coffee narrating snippets of those messages. No context whatsoever is provided by Coffee, but the snippets he reads begin with the unidentified person accusing Paul of stealing $40 million in tokens, calling him a scam artist and a liar, and stating that he betrayed his own community. Seemingly pleading with Paul to rectify those apparent bad acts, the unidentified person says to Paul, "You aren't that guy." And Paul responds, "Oh, trust me, bro, I am that guy." This dramatic cliffhanger ending leads the viewer to conclude that not only did Paul lie, steal, and scam, but he brazenly admitted to it. 4 days later, on December 20th, 2022, Coffee published Part 2 on his YouTube account. The video was titled, "The Biggest Fraud in Logan Paul's Scam." Yeah, so the biggest fraud in Logan Paul's scam is Eddie Ibanez, if I'm remembering correctly. Part 2 was about Eddie Ibanez. So, the biggest fraud in Logan Paul's scam, it was a scam, even if Logan Paul didn't intend it to be a scam. And Eddie Ibanez was a massive fraud. He was the biggest fraud. He was the worst fraudster. Like, well, I mean, maybe the best fraudster because he made out with millions, but you know what I mean. The most nefarious fraudster. So the biggest fraud referred to in the title is Ibanez, who, as discussed, led the game's development efforts. So the biggest fraud isn't defamation against Logan Paul because it's referring to Eddie Ibanez. The video details Ibanez's extensive history of exaggerating, misrepresenting, and flat out fabricating aspects of his personal, educational, and professional background. Although none of this was known to Paul at the time Ibanez was invited to join the Cryptozoo team, or indeed until after the game was publicly announced and egg NFTs were made available for sale to the public. None of this was known to Paul at the time because he didn't do his due diligence. He brought a scammer onto the team by failing to do due diligence. You can't blame Logan Paul for Eddie Ibanez being a scammer because Logan Paul didn't do his due diligence. Therefore, he is blameless. And that is horseshit. After delving into Ibanez's history of deception, which included falsely claiming to be an orphan, lying about attending MIT, lying about working with the CIA, and lying about having helped the Philadelphia Eagles win a Super Bowl, the video introduced another member of the Cryptozoo team, Greenbaum. Coffee stated in the video that he received a call from Greenbaum, who was willing to talk about his experience on the project. In relevant part, Coffee noted that Greenbaum was reluctant to speak on the record, but then stated that he was willing to put at least one thing on the record for me. That one thing was Greenbaum's unequivocal insistence that Ibanez was the biggest reason the project failed. In fact, Greenbaum explicitly told Coffee that Ibanez rugged the project, referring to the concept of rug pull. Thus, in sum and substance, Greenbaum explained that Ibanez fraudulently misrepresented himself, his abilities, his intentions, and his progress as far as leading the development of the game to personally profit. I mean, we know that's a lie because, well, not because of me, but we know it's a lie. So, yeah. So, thus, in sum and substance, Greenbaum explained that Ibanez fraudulently misrepresented himself, his abilities, his intentions, and his progress as far as leading the development of the game to personally profit. Greenbaum then went even further, explaining that he was willing to go on the record specifically to rebut any suggestion that Paul was involved in Ibanez's duplicity. Greenbaum said, "I don't want it to ever be thought that Logan's the reason it failed. He's not." Lisa, good to see you. So we have screenshot from the video. Jake, the Crypto King, he's not. 3 days later, on December 23rd, 2022, Coffee published part 3 of his YouTube series. The video is titled Ending Logan Paul's Biggest Scam. The opening monologue of the video promised viewers that Coffee would present the truth about Cryptozoo and identify who's to blame. To that end, the video largely focused on Coffee's interpretation of text messages among the founders that someone had linked to Coffeezilla. Coffee began by reviewing messages discussing the zoo tokens and whether the conduct of pre-sale of the tokens, whether to conduct a pre-sale of the tokens. Following some discussion of potential regulatory issues, it was Greenbaum who suggested to the group that instead of a pre-sale, they could do a stealth launch of the token before announcing it, which would give the founders an opportunity to buy up a portion of the existing supply before it was made available to the public. So basically, we could stealth it. We could go public before we go public. That way, we can buy it before the price inflates. You know, what's it called? A pump and dump. A pump and dump. That's what they were aiming for. And, you know, potential regulatory issues. What have we not seen in the cast of characters? You know, we've seen Eddie Ibanez, the developer. We've seen Jake, the crypto king. We haven't seen a securities lawyer anywhere. No securities lawyers, no regulatory lawyers, no, like, did they have lawyers involved anywhere in the process? No, probably not. On June 11th, 2021, the day the token was launched, which the founders referred to as Zoo Day, Greenbaum deceived the other founders and began secretly buying large quantities of Zoo tokens without the others' knowledge or permission, activity that had significant impact on the market capitalization of the newly created token. That's the pump process and the pump and dump scheme. Insiders pumping to inflate the value, purchasing the token to inflate the value, so that when they start dumping, it's at an inflated value. In the video, Coffee details how Greenbaum secretly created numerous crypto wallets that he used to surreptitiously purchase some $200,000 worth of Zoo tokens, significantly more than any of the Cryptozoo founders. In the video, Coffee explains that this is where things first started going wrong, and he presents messages among the founders in which Greenbaum appears to provide a false explanation of the suspicious trading activity, and in which Paul expresses suspicion about Greenbaum's explanation. And nope, I mean, this all stems from when Paul was threatening the lawsuits against Coffeezilla, but the lawsuit is brand new. It was just filed yesterday on June 27th, so it's brand new. Brand new. And, oh, it's been amusing. It's been really amusing. So, yeah. So, those messages make abundantly clear that Paul had nothing whatsoever to do with Greenbaum's illicit stealing and manipulation of the Zoo token, and, to the contrary, was outraged by it. In fact, Coffee then details how in the lead up to the official Cryptozoo launch day in September 2021, i.e., the day egg NFTs were made publicly available for purchase, Paul and the other founders minted a new Zoo token and airdropped an identical amount to certain holders of the original Zoo token, while blacklisting others. By doing so, Paul and his team took affirmative steps to exclude wallets associated with Greenbaum so that he would be unable to further manipulate the market and jeopardize the integrity of the project for his own financial gain. Only then did Coffee reveal the full context of the text exchange he teased at the end of part 1. in which an unidentified individual accuses Paul of stealing $40 million in tokens, calling him a scam artist. The unidentified individual is revealed to be Greenbaum. And the context of the exchange is Greenbaum's complaint about Paul's efforts to stop him from manipulating the market for tokens and enriching himself at the expense of other buyers. Pretty much, yeah. And the thing is, as I've said, my understanding, it's not confirmed, but my understanding is Coffeezilla does carry insurance for just such a purpose, and I expect this won't survive a Texas anti-slap special motion to dismiss, so we have that to look forward to. So, in other words, the full context of the exchange, with which Coffee misleadingly presented to viewers as evidence of Paul's involvement in a scam, actually reveals the exact opposite to be true. But he was involved in Cryptozoo, and Cryptozoo was a scam. It was a scam. Like, whether Logan Paul intended it to be a scam or not, it was a scam. He was involved with it. He founded it. He led it. He hired the scammers. And, I have a feeling he won't hire Elaine. He might hire Camille and Ben Chu. You never know. If he can afford them, if his insurance can afford them. Nevertheless, despite the efforts to identify and blacklist Greenbaum's zoo tokens, Greenbaum still made off with a large amount of zoo tokens from the zoo day that he kept in secret crypto wallets the others were unaware of. Coffee explained that his own investigation into blockchain transactions showed that Greenbaum was by far the biggest seller of zoo tokens, and that he netted more than $6 million from improperly buying and selling zoo tokens without permission. So it looks to me like Coffee, kind of did a thorough investigation, presented the facts, presented the facts against Greenbaum, against Eddie Ibanez, Coffee further explained that his blockchain investigation revealed that Ibanez was also secretly selling zoo tokens, and that he made approximately $1.7 million from doing so. Conversely, Coffee acknowledged that his investigation showed that, unlike Greenbaum, neither Paul nor his manager, Jeff Levin, ever sold any of the zoo tokens they acquired on Zoo Day, which even Coffee admitted was a huge surprise. So, where's the defamation here? Coffee being surprised by that isn't defamation. Coffee said that you didn't sell any. Coffee said that Jeff Levin didn't sell any. I mean, the defamation would have to start for it to stop. I'm not seeing any. So Coffee acknowledged that this was perhaps the most important thing in terms of assigning guilt to those involved with Cryptozoo. So he said, hey, Logan Paul isn't blameless. He promoted it. He founded it. He hired scam artists. But, the most important thing in assigning guilt is Greenbaum and Ibanez. They deserve most of the blame, assigned most of the guilt to them. Logan Paul still gets some of the guilt. He promoted it. It's his name on the project. But how is this defamation when Coffee says this is the most important thing in assigning guilt to those involved? It's like Logan Paul got his fifis hurt and is suing over it. Coffee also concluded that at the end of the day, the number one problem and the true boring reason for Cryptozoo's ultimate demise was Ibanez's failure to pay the game developers on time, despite Ibanez also netting millions of dollars from illicitly selling of Zoo tokens. Coffee then asserted that Paul is nevertheless not innocent in all of this because he was the face of Cryptozoo and ultimately failed to deliver a viable game. Yes, he's the face of it. He's the promoter of it. He's the founder of it. He hired the scam artists. He failed to do his due diligence. That's on him. He's at fault for that. He takes some of the blame. He takes the blame for, after finding out the people he hired were scam artists, not hiring trustworthy people to finish the project. He failed to deliver a viable game. That's on him. That's on him. It's his project that he hired people to do, and he didn't deliver it. That's on him. That's on him. Yeah. Yeah. If Dink Doink hadn't been in his past, he, at the very least, he promoted it. If he hadn't promoted rug pulls in the past, and he's by no means the worst offender. By no means is he the worst offender. I mean, look at Aiden Ross. He even said, what was it? What was the coin? What was the coin? Either way, there's the video of Aiden Ross on a live stream getting his hair cut, saying, "Oh, and by the way, I hope none of you put your money in that coin that I promoted the other day. I got a bag to do that, and you all got rugged," basically is what he said. And so, like, Aiden Ross, to me, is worse than Logan Paul because he laughed at his viewers that he had scammed. I got a bag, and you got rugged. And he laughed about it. He thought it was hilarious. There's others that I like, literally I can't think of them because I wouldn't watch them, but I've seen Coffeezilla talk about them, and they just jump from scam to scam to scam. And so Logan Paul is far from the worst, but and that's it. It's like, fool me once, but at the same time, preying on stupid people, if you're doing it through illegal, nefarious means, it's still illegal. It's still nefarious. And like, yeah, you probably deserve to lose your money, but that doesn't make Logan Paul any less of a scumbag for it, or Aiden Ross, or others. So, incredibly, only in a short portion at the end of a 3-part video series, repeatedly accusing Paul of operating a scam, did Coffee tacitly acknowledge that there was no evidence that Paul attempted to scam anyone, or that he even profited off of Cryptozoo at all. But once again, you don't have to profit off of it for it to be a scam. You don't have to intend for it to be a scam for it to be a scam. It was a scam. It was a scam. Logan Paul got scammed. He promoted a scam. Coffee's conclusion, albeit made reluctantly and opaquely, was essentially that Paul was guilty only of putting together a team that was not up to the task and of failing to effectively manage the project. That, of course, is far different from intentionally engaging in an effort to scam people and to commit financial fraud. Once again, I fully believe that had Logan not had the rug pulled out from under him, he would have pulled the rug out from under the investors down the road. Like, I fully believe he had nefarious intentions. It's just other people with more nefarious intentions who are better scam artists scammed Logan Paul before he could complete the scam, is my belief. So Coffee knew all along that his accusations that Paul engaged in a scam were not true, except Cryptozoo was a scam. It was a scam. Whether Logan Paul intended it to be a scam, it was a scam. And he was engaged in Cryptozoo. So he was engaged in a scam. Engaged in a scam. And yeah, Ardenette, that's something that I was going to bring up, but you open yourself up to discovery, assuming this even makes it into this discovery stage, because frankly, I expect it to be dismissed on the anti-slap motion, but it goes into discovery, and Coffeezilla really gets to violate Logan Paul. He gets to absolutely violate him. He gets to get access to the non-public communications. He gets to get access to the financials. He gets to, get discovery of Logan Paul's non-public crypto wallets, like the ones that don't have his name on it. Coffee might find that Logan Paul had undisclosed crypto wallets where he sold millions of dollars worth of Zoo token. I'm not saying Logan Paul did. I'm saying if he did, Coffeezilla would hopefully be able to find that through discovery. So, and in this case, Vince, Logan Paul wouldn't be able to say, fuck you, get a warrant, because this is civil litigation. Now, if there's evidence of his crimes on there, he might fight it and just take the adverse inference by pleading the fifth, but yeah. Oh yeah, the demise of BitBoy. That was glorious. That was entertaining. They took my Lambo. Had he not shown up with, armed with an AK-47 or AR-15 or whatever, the demise would have been drawn out longer. But getting arrested like that, kind of, yeah. And that's it. Logan better have his ducks in a row, because like, you sue for defamation over what appears to be a crypto scam. Like, discovery could open him up to criminal liability. It really could. I'm not saying it will. I'm not saying the evidence is there. I'm just saying it could. Sometimes it's better to take the L. It's not like he lost subscribers. It's not like he's been booted off any platforms. He's as big as he ever has been. Frankly, he's probably bigger now than he was at the time Coffee did these. Why draw more attention to it? Seriously, like, even if you don't open yourself up to criminal liability, even if you don't care about the violations to your privacy that discovery represent, although he chose it, he brought the lawsuit. Why bring the Streisand effect? Like, by now, people have already made up their mind. Either he's a crypto scammer or not, and they've moved on. But he tore the Band-Aid off, dug at the scab and reopened that wound, and now people get to once again say, oh, is Logan Paul a crypto scammer? Did he scam people? Let's look into this again. The Streisand effect is real, and it exists here, and that's it. Logan Paul really doesn't like people saying Logan Paul is a scammer. Now, I didn't just say Logan Paul is a scammer. I said Logan Paul doesn't like people saying Logan Paul is a scammer. That's not defamation on my part. I didn't call him a scammer. I said that Logan Paul doesn't like people saying Logan Paul is a scammer. See how I can work around that and put that image in the public's consciousness without affirmatively stating that Logan Paul is a scammer? Because I would never say Logan Paul is a scammer without absolute proof, because Logan Paul does not like people saying that Logan Paul is a scammer. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Coffee knew all along that his accusations that Paul engaged in a scam were not true. Despite referring to Logan Paul's scam in the name of each part of his Cryptozoo series, the reality is that Coffee knew from the outset of the production and publication of his series that the notion that Paul set out to scam anyone was completely and utterly false. Once again, you don't have to set out to scam someone for it to be a scam. He promoted what ended up being a scam, even if the scam artists were his partners that he didn't properly vet, that he didn't do his due diligence. Once again, respondeat superior. If you hire a scammer, you, by proxy, are a scammer, because they used your good name to scam. By definition, an accusation that someone operated a business as a scam conveys to a listener that the person engaged in a dishonest scheme with the intent to obtain money by fraudulent means. By repeatedly accusing Paul of engaging in a scam, Coffee suggested to his viewers that Cryptozoo was never a legitimate enterprise, and that, to the contrary, Paul intended from the beginning to take participants' money and to profit by selling NFTs and Zoo tokens without actually delivering a completed product. Yeah, you'll never accuse me of being intelligent and well thought through. And yeah, allegations and shade. It's creative license. It's puffery. But the contemporaneous communications among the founders of Cryptozoo demonstrate unequivocally that Paul's focus was on building a fun, blockchain-based game for participants to enjoy with a like-minded community. So, with fellow morons. He never set out to scam anyone, but to the contrary, he always hoped, intended, and attempted in good faith to complete a functioning game. Until he was scammed, then he said, yeah, fuck it. They're holding the bag, not me. They scammed other people using my good name, not my responsibility to set it right. And there is that too. Where's the fun part? I mean, mashing together clip art, I guess, can be fun. Like, I guess. I mean, Vince, you do things, you call things fun that I wouldn't, but, you know, we don't kink shame. However, I, I, I don't see the fun in any of this. So, I mean, the reality is Bernie Madoff is one of the few Ponzi schemers that admitted that, yeah, from the outset, you know, the Madoff fund was never legit. It was a scam from the get-go. Bernie Madoff is unique in that capacity. You know, here in Utah, you know, one of the big Ponzi schemes, speaking of gold, was rust rare coins. The father had built a thriving business buying and selling coins. He had a retail establishment here in Salt Lake. For those of you who watched the Netflix special "Murder Among the Mormons," about the what's his name, the bomber that that was a dealer in counterfeit Mormon artifacts. Hoffman, I think, is the name. I don't know why I'm blanking on it. But either way, the Netflix documentary was Murder Among the Mormons. And the father was featured on it because, you know, he was one of the funders for the guy, for the bomber, for the dealer in counterfeit artifacts. Well, I mean, like, we're talking, this was done in the 80s, is when he was pulling his scam. It goes back to like 1810-ish, 1811, officially founded 1830-ish. But, you know, they claim it's the restoration of, you know, Jesus's church that he had presented to the Native Americans after his crucifixion and yada, yada, yada. So, like, Native American artifacts also that, well, the Book of Mormon had these. And so, but either way, so the dad, Mr. Rust, can't remember his first name, was a legitimate trader in gold and silver coins, rust rare coins. His son did a Ponzi scheme of gold coins. So, like, I don't know if the son intended to start it as a Ponzi scheme but he built it off of the Rust name because they are a big name in buying and selling coins. So, I'm using the family expertise in I know if a coin's a good value to buy, and I know when to sell, and therefore I can make money. You should invest in me. And it turned out to be a Ponzi scheme. Um, so many, like I said, so many Ponzi schemes start off as legitimate, investors trying to legitimately invest. They have one bad quarter, and to stop people withdrawing their money, they figure, I'll fudge the numbers this once, but I'll make up for it next quarter and everything will be fine. But then next quarter doesn't work out and they've got to fudge the numbers again and again. And so it started off legitimate. They didn't intend to defraud anyone. They started defrauding just to, so that their investors wouldn't lose their money, keep it going. And then all of a sudden, you've got a fraud. Of course, there are others, like I said, there are some that I think are actually frauds from the beginning. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but there's a guy in Utah that claimed to make 1 or 2% a day, only trading Apple stock. Only trading Apple stock. He had never had a losing day, made 1 or 2% daily. And even after the SEC banned him from trading, banned him from running an investment fund, people, and these were, it was an affinity fraud as well, because it was all Mormons investing in him, because he, I believe, was a Mormon bishop. They opened their own accounts and had him trade their own accounts, even after he had been criminally charged and the SEC had seized everything. And the SEC, like, when I saw this, this is all based on public information that was in the newspapers. This was all going on when I was doing my internship at the SEC, but this was all going on as the SEC was in the process of selling his, very expensive Bear Lake cabin and all the boats and the cars and like all the filthy lucre. And yeah, I mean, 2% a day, how can you lose? You can't afford not to invest at 2% a day with never having a losing day. Oh, but you can't withdraw your money because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. But yeah, so just because Logan Paul didn't intend to set out to scam anyone, Cryptozoo ended up being a scam. Logan Paul may be completely blameless other than his lack of due diligence. But it was still a scam, and he is still responsible. He is still the face of the project. He's the face of the project. So Coffee knew all of this before publication of the Cryptozoo series because, as he acknowledged and demonstrated in the course of his series, a source had leaked to him the text messages from the Cryptozoo team's group chat from the very beginning. But unwilling to let facts get in the way of his preferred self-serving narrative, Coffee selectively exerted and presented those messages in a manner intended to portray Paul as a scammer, even though the messages did not support this claim. And even though Coffeezilla said, hey, at the end of the day, it was Ibanez and Gold, Greenbaum that were the real scammers. Coffee said that. Coffee said that. How he said it. He literally said it. But you know, unwilling to let facts get in the way of Coffeezilla's preferred self-serving narrative, pot meet kettle. And by kettle, I mean Logan Paul. Because Logan Paul, unwilling to let facts get in the way of his preferred self-serving narrative, grudgingly admits that Coffeezilla said, yeah, so there's no evidence that Logan Paul set out to scam people. But he was the face of what ended up being a scam. The scam being perpetrated by the people Logan Paul hired, such as Eddie Ibanez and Greenbaum. It was a scam. It was a scam. Pretty much, yeah. And I've got to say, Caffeinated Kitty is a lovely person. I really admire Caffeinated Kitty. All of my interactions with her have been very pleasant. You know, we have emailed back and forth a couple times. I like Caffeinated Kitty. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know that he was criminally negligent. I don't know that he was criminally negligent. But he had, you know, he was negligent in his hiring practices. Absolutely. He did not perform his due diligence. I don't know that that's criminal. There might be criminality in it. Ibanez and Greenbaum, absolute criminality, if you ask me. But that's it. It's a scam. It's a scam, and Logan Paul was involved. Lauren the Mortician. So Janet versus the Girlies, the lawsuit I am criminally behind on. Frankly, I probably should have done either that or the TikTok psychic tonight, Schofield versus Giard. But since I've been looking forward to this one for a year and a half, it jumped to the front of the queue. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, CJ5, if you haven't, I've done 3 or 4 streams on Janet versus the Girlies. So Lauren the Mortician and Jeanette Braun, also known as Janet Brown, because she hates being called Janet, suing Caffeinated Kitty, the Becca Day, and the 2 girls from the Do We Know Them podcast, Jessica Vasquez and Lily Marston. So it's a clusterfuck. It's a slap suit, except for Becca Day, who lives in Missouri, that doesn't have a slap statute, but it's a mess. And I'm behind on it, but I need to catch up. So, yeah. So, Coffee knew for example, that Paul was completely reliant upon Greenbaum and Ibanez for all aspects of the creation of the liquidity pool and launching of the Zoo token, and the timing of these steps, including ensuring that they were lawfully implemented, as Paul was explicit about this reliance in his messages. To provide several examples, on May 16th, 2021, Paul asked the co-founders, who's in charge of the liquidity pool, blah, 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 like IDK, how any of that shit works. Greenbaum responded that he was taking responsibility for it as part of his role for tokenomics and daily monitoring of the pool/funds. Paul followed up to say that they should be completely transparent with the economic aspects of the token and its distribution on the blockchain. We don't kink shame, Vince, but I will kink shame you if you let Logan Paul touch you. I realize you're a tramp, but you can do better than Logan Paul. Come on. Don't sell yourself short. Don't sell yourself short. Okay, TERF, trans exclusionary radical feminist. So basically, anti-trans women that claim we're protecting women by being anti-trans. So, on May 17th, 2021, when the co-founders were discussing the potential regulatory issues that come with selling or making the Zoo token publicly available, Paul said, IDK shit about it, so yeah, let's hop on a call at 4 p.m. and Jake, please guide us through / this is where I fail because I don't get this part of crypto at all. On May 21, 2021, Paul asked the co-founders, how are we going to launch with no product, referring to the launch of the liquidity pool and Zoo token, to which Ibanez responded, we have a product, let's demo tomorrow. We have 1,000% more than anyone. I bet my kids on it. On June 11th, 2021, the day the token was launched, Paul wrote to Greenbaum and Ibanez, so can I rely on you guys to just tell me how much to buy and when it's my turn? That same day, as Paul was buying Zoo tokens and adding to the newly created liquidity pool, all at the direction of Greenbaum, Paul wrote to his co-founders, IDK how this liquidity thing works, or what the return looks like, so explain it to me tomorrow sometime. What this looks like to me is weaponized incompetence. It's, I don't know how this works, therefore I'm blameless in all of this. I, as a lawyer, can't go and, sue someone for, patent infringement. And when I fuck it all up, say, well, I don't know anything about patent law. I'm blameless. You can't hold me responsible for what I don't know. I'd still get disbarred. It's weaponized incompetence. It's, I'm incompetent, therefore I'm blameless. But once again, that's why you have to do your due diligence. You have to run a background check. You have to make sure the people you hire are on the up and up. Otherwise, you are responsible for the frauds they commit. Because respondeat superior, it's a legal concept. It's a legal concept. If you hire someone, you are responsible for the work they do. If they commit a fraud, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's the buck stops here. So Coffee purposefully omitted these and other examples from his series because he knew that they flatly contradicted any serious suggestion that Paul was perpetrating a scam, as opposed to following advisors who turned out not to have the project's best interests at heart. Even worse, Coffee affirmatively distorted the excerpts he did include, taking them out of context in an attempt to falsely portray Paul as a knowing participant in a nefarious money grab. Ooh, I like that. Blame the blonde. Blame the blonde. For example, when addressing the founder's discussion of potential regulatory issues associated with a presale of tokens, Coffee notes that not everyone wanted to be cautious about such issues, citing as an example a message in which Paul noted that everyone does a presale with coins. According to Coffee, this illustrated a dilemma amongst Paul and his co-founders about how they could maximize the amount of money they could make from the project while minimizing their legal exposure. In addition to Coffee purposefully omitting Paul's statement that he was relying upon Greenbaum for guidance on this piece, saying, "I don't get this part of crypto at all," which, tellingly, came just several lines after the portion Coffee included in his series. Other messages make equally clear that Coffee's portrayal of Paul as money hungry was completely false. I mean, why did he do a crypto project in the first place if it's not to make money? Like, seriously, what was his motivation if it wasn't to make money? It was to make a fun game and make money. Like, otherwise, why not make a game? Why tie it to NFTs and crypto? Why not make a game? Make a Pokemon ripoff with microtransactions, or for free, ad supported. Why do it as a crypto project if it's not to make money? If it's not because you're money hungry? It doesn't make sense. Look at the silly monkey. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why I keep trying to say look at the shiny monkey instead of silly monkey. You'd think I've said it enough times during the Karen Reed trial that I'd say it right by now, but I don't. So Coffee also omitted, for example, that as of August 2021, several months after the launch of the Zoo token, the exact same text message string showed that Paul was still considering whether to even include a token with the game at all, asking his co-founders whether it makes it gimmicky and the strength of our NFTs and the art can speak for itself, and it becomes solely collectible based, like the Bangers projects right now. The ensuing dialogue makes clear that Paul only proceeded to include the token because Greenbaum and Ibanez convinced him it was essential to the functionality of the game. Those scammers convinced him to scam. He's blameless. Logan Paul is completely blameless in all of this because weaponized incompetence. In fact, When Ibanez relayed to Paul that the market cap of the token had reached $100 million on August 16th, 2021, Paul's response was, "Bro, who cares? Honestly, fuck all that. I hope people find the stupid satisfaction we find with hatching their hybrids. Fuck the token. Fuck everything. I want someone to laugh out loud about this." And then Paul sent a picture of a panda cat, one of the hybrid animals that was to be featured in the game. And I should just say, every time I read the name Ibanez, I just think of Ibanez guitars because that's where my brain goes every time I see the name. I've never owned an Ibanez, but yeah. That same day, Paul wrote to his co-founders, "When this shit goes crazy, everyone stay calm. I swear to God, just breathe and don't make it a big deal. We just came to make people live out their wildest imaginary dreams. Everything else is a bonus." And that's Coffee does reach out. He asks for statements. He asks for contribution. And Crypto King, Green Bomb responded. Jake Paul didn't. Jake Paul could have provided context. He chose not to. Not saying he should have. Not saying he should have, but he could have. So similarly, Coffee discusses the founders' token allocations and rules for selling, characterizing such rules as a conspiracy amongst Paul and the other founders to manipulate the market. But Coffee omits messages that show unequivocally that Paul's intent was to prevent any market manipulation. For example, when Ibanez informed Paul and the other founders that he would be developing a full trading strategy, buy and sell. That way we don't peak the price, we buy gradually. And we don't let some punk or bot sell while we're riding the price up. Paul's response was, "Why are we manipulating it like that? Why would we want to drive it up? Shouldn't it just be?" And so here, similarly, Coffee discusses the founders' token allocations and characterizes it as a conspiracy. That's conclusory. Show us what Coffee said. Show us what he said. Give us the quote. You give us the quotes from Logan Paul. You just give us conclusory statements about Coffee. And Gibson, yes. Fender, no. No. You don't play Fenders, you play G&L. Once Leo Fender's non-compete agreement expired after the sale of Fender to CBS, he founded G&L Guitars. They are Leo Fender's basically last creations, his best creations, the most updated, but they're also better quality than Fenders and cheaper. Like, I ordered a custom brand new G&L for $1,100. You'd have to spend 5 times that to get a better Fender. So yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan played Fender, Hendrix played Fender, lots of people did. Not as many big names play G&L, but they're better guitars. Like the biggest name that plays G&L is actually Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains. He's well known for playing at G&L Comanche. So great guitars, absolutely phenomenal guitars. I got another one used that, oh, it's nice. So nice. So, having never launched a token before, Paul's instinct was, properly, concern over the fragility of the market and making sure nobody was in a position to control it. In other words, Coffee knew from the messages in his possession that Paul agreed to certain selling rules for the founders in order to prevent the exact type of manipulation he nevertheless proceeded to accuse Paul of conspiring to carry out. Neil, good morning over there in Scotland. It's still really early in the morning, 3:33. Yeah, that's why. Why are you up so early? That's more of a bedtime than a waking time. And Frankenstrats are nice too. I would happily have a Frankenstrat. So yeah. And when Paul learned that someone was taking advantage of the public announcement to sell tokens in violation of the trading rules, he was livid and immediately texted his co-founders to remind them, "Your tokens do not leave your wallet. This is a game, not a shitcoin. And as of now, the coin went up because I said something about it. So when someone else is capitalizing on it and jeopardizing the integrity of a very honest and legitimate project, who do you think takes the blame publicly?" Yeah, the buck stops here, and he talked about it, and that caused it to go up. That's on him. That's on him. And Neil, that sucks. That sucks. My dad has Parkinson's, and it sucks. So, so here's a screenshot of that. Sell, transfer, trade everything. Your tokens do not leave your wallet. This is a game, not a shitcoin. And as of now, the coin went up because I said something about it. So on everyone else, blah, 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 who do you think takes the blame publicly? Because it's your project, Logan. It's yours. When it's your project, you take the blame, even if other people are the actual bad actors. So Coffee also knew from these messages that, entirely inconsistent with an intent to scam, Paul had told Ibanez and Greenbaum over and over again not to rush the development of the game, and consistently asked Ibanez for updates on development, that Paul provided extensive, detailed input on in-game rules and features, that Paul had no interest in announcing the game publicly until it was perfect and flawless, and that he only made such an announcement upon being repeatedly assured by Ibanez that both the egg NFT sale and the game were good to go. For example. And that is a good point. That is a good point. It's a screenshot, but doesn't show us screenshot of what, sender, recipient, time, date. Like they blame Coffeezilla of leaving out context. There's no context there. None. So, but for example, within days of the March 4th, 2021 kickoff meeting for the game, Paul hired artists and animators to work on the game and circulated egg renderings created by the artists to the group chat for input. And there's an example. Hey, this one actually does say March 6th, 2021 at 6:56 p.m. animators making egg. Peep. And a picture of the egg in an Illustrator software, and it's hearted. And any dot color that would make it stand out Like psychology wise, red or yellow or darker blue or what? I kind of like it. Once again, is that Logan? Who's it sent to? I mean, it says group chat. Who's in the group chat? Is it Logan, Ibanez, and Greenbaum? Is it others? Who? Yep. And that's it. Everything they're saying, they're blaming Coffeezilla of has been conclusory. Like almost entirely it's been conclusory. Whereas Logan, it's here's evidence of what Logan said, but it's vague and conclusory what Coffee said. Coffee alluded to this. Tell us what he said. So, on May 21st, 2021, Ibanez assured Paul, "We have a product. Let's demo tomorrow," and sent the group chat a lengthy summary of the project's progress and a to-do list that mostly related to artwork, animation, and aesthetics for the website. Ibanez also circulated a demo to demonstrate the work that had been completed for the game. After reviewing the demo, Paul added additional items to the to-do list and suggested changes for the game. On May 25th, 2021, Ibanez alerted the group that the demo for the game was updated with Paul's suggested changes. Paul immediately jumped in to review the updates and enthusiastically replied to the group with a screenshot of the game demo and included additional suggestions to improve the game. I don't know that that exists in the US, Surrender Monkey. And for my American viewers, I will tell you, Cadbury cream eggs in the UK made by Cadbury are much more delicious than the Cadbury cream eggs you can buy in the US that are produced by Hershey's, as is Cadbury chocolate in general, as opposed to the Hershey's chocolate sold under license as Cadbury in the US. And Cadbury cream eggs are available year-round, not just in the lead up to Easter in the UK. It does sound delicious. I did eat Cadbury cream eggs year-round when I lived in England. I also ate a lot of whole nut Cadbury. That's the dairy milk with hazelnuts. When I was writing my dissertation, I'd buy a 400-gram bar of it, and it would last me like 2 days because I like eating chocolate when I'm writing. So, yeah. So, and then we have screenshots. Fuck yes, this is sick. A few notes in my account. Wallet balance 710. Had funds. 1 egg owned. Buy eggs. Egg created successfully. Gorilla. Kitten times 2. Pug. Breed. Hybrids. Under. Let's have this screen say hybrid egg created successfully. I think this timer is wrong for the hybrid egg. Easy fix. I think we said 36 hours for hybrid eggs. And then for the multiple, I don't think we need to have times 1, only if there's more than 1. Good to know. On June 11th, 2021, Paul asked about the next steps in the group chat, and Greenbaum and Ibanez responded with a list of tasks, including completing the website and social media accounts, setting up an online community for players on both Discord and Telegram, launching the NFT egg sale, and, most importantly, finishing development and launching the game. Paul responded, "No rush, boys, please. Until development is done and checked thoroughly, I don't want to start doing other shit super publicly. Gotta make sure the platform is flawless. Ibanez responded that the game would be fully tested in weeks. And we have a screenshot of Logan's part of that group message. We don't have Ibanez's response. I wonder why. And got to make him look good. Got to make him look good with the gripping narrative. Yeah, it's not a scam because, see, we were building the game. We never developed it. We took money for it, but it wasn't a scam because, we intended to build the game. We didn't, but we intended to. That counts, right? I mean, close counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and, attempted crypto games. Close was good enough. It counts. So on August 8th, 2021, Greenbaum continued to push for a public announcement, noting bullish momentum right now with NFTs and coins couldn't be more perfect. Paul told Greenbaum to chill, writing, "Project needs to be perfect when we launch. Market is hot, but more important, we get this right." When Greenbaum again asked about a timing for a public announcement the next day, Paul again told him to chill and that a million things needed to be perfect before the game was made public. So Jake Crypto King says, "In agreement, let's get this beauty live. The community is going to be ecstatic when there is a NFT game providing yield in a token. They'll be paid for playing. No one is doing what we are about to implement. We will land in the top 3 where, I can't predict, but anywhere you there will be a huge success." And Logan responds, "Bro, Jake, chill. It's not just something you flip a switch. There are a million things that have to be perfect." Okay. On August 9th, 2021, Ibanez wrote in the group chat that the NFTs were ready to be sold to the public, saying eggs are good to go, and proposed September 1st, 2021 as the date for the egg sale. In response, Paul asked for confirmation that everything, including the game, would be ready by then, reiterating that it needs to be perfect. Ibanez confirmed everything was ready to go, responding, "For egg presale, 1000%. For game also. The knowledge Coffee had from these messages was underscored by his own investigation, which showed Paul never sold a single Zoo token. And if Coffee didn't allege you sold a single Zoo token, where's the defamation? Like, seriously, where's the defamation? If everything Coffee said was correct, like if he didn't lie and say you sold the tokens, where's the defamation? Where? Is it over there? Is it over there? Is it right there? Where? Where's the defamation? So Coffee's allegation that Paul had wiped his hands of and abandoned the project also was false. As Paul's team continued to try and get the project back on track all the way up until the release of Coffee's Cryptozoo series and after. In fact, Paul's team ultimately was able to successfully complete the development of the game in 2023, only to eventually realize that its release was not feasible for regulatory reasons that Paul had never previously been apprised. So it was a scam. It was a scam. The game was never feasible for regulatory reasons. Whose job is it to make sure that you're not going to have regulatory problems? You, Logan, it's your job. Literally, that's why you hire lawyers right from the start. Like, I'm not trying to generate business from lawyers, but this is literally why you hire lawyers from the start. That way, when you're 2 years into a scam, 2 years into a failed crypto project, after people have put their money into it, that's not the time to realize there are regulatory hurdles that you can't get over. Like, I couldn't put it better myself, Vince. Putting out a product that's illegal is a scam. Like, literally, he should have talked to a lawyer in the first place. Had he talked to a lawyer before all of this, before anyone put any money into it, and the lawyer said, yeah, so no, you can't do this. It's going to be illegal. It's a scam, period. You wouldn't have ever been called a scammer, because if you had talked to lawyers from the start, instead of trying to clean up your mess now by, suing Coffeezilla, had you spent that money on lawyers in the start, you wouldn't have been scammed by Ibanez and Greenbaum, because you never would have gone through with it, because the lawyers would have said no. Like, there is that whole meme of, lawyers are mean. Legal said no. How dare they? Legal said no. There's a reason legal says no. It's to protect you. It's to protect you. Both to protect you from legal exposure, but also to protect your reputation. It's important. And when you're going ass over elbows, in the pursuit of money, you forget about lawyers. You forget about making sure that you can do what you want to do, that you're allowed to do what you do, that you won't be called a scammer for doing what you want to do. But it's just for regulatory reasons that Paul had never previously been apprised. That's because he once again, he's weaponizing his incompetence. Well, no one told me there would be issues. Therefore, I'm not liable for the issues that arose. Had someone told me, but if you intentionally avoid the people that would apprise you of the issues, your weaponized incompetence is your problem. So fundamentally, Coffee's repeated allegation that Paul conceived of and operated Cryptozoo as a scam also makes no sense and is inherently improbable. As an influencer whose ability to earn money is largely based on the strength of his personal brand and reputation, it would make no sense for Paul to set out to scam his own fans and supporters in a way that would inevitably be revealed, destroying his reputation in the process. The problem is, he's already realized that if he makes an apology video, the morons will forgive him. They don't care. They don't care. Because once again, Coffee exposed all this, yet Logan still has 20-some million subscribers on YouTube. He's bigger than ever. Despite his knowledge that it was fundamentally false to accuse Paul of operating a scam and to describe Cryptozoo as Logan Paul's scam, Coffee persisted in doing so because he knew that accusing a public figure like Paul of engaging in a crypto scam would generate substantial viewership for his YouTube videos, earning Coffee a higher profile and greater income in the process. Additionally, on December 16th, 2022, the very same day he published his first Cryptozoo video on the Coffeezilla YouTube account, Coffee launched a Coffeezilla account on the website Patreon, where he encourages his subscribers, called patrons, to send him donations. Coffee's YouTube videos, including those in the Cryptozoo series, promote and link to this Patreon account. Given the timing of the launch of that account, it is clear that Coffee knew his videos accusing Paul of perpetrating a scam would gain a large viewership, and that he hoped many of these viewers would then be persuaded to send Coffee money via Patreon. Ironically, despite accusing Paul of being a reckless clout goblin just in it for the money, it was Coffee who scammed his own viewers by intentionally publishing a deceptive narrative under the guise of investigative journalism in order to personally profit from the deception. So now we're on to Know You. Yeah. How else could Coffee finance the $10 million studio? Together, Coffee's 3-part series on Cryptozoo has been viewed more than 23 million times, resulting in a widespread false public narrative about Paul's intentions with Cryptozoo. Paul tries to take the high road and focus on doing what he can to help those affected by the failure of Cryptozoo. This is, once again, the redemption arc. Saint Logan Paul, the benevolent. Paul's initial reaction to Coffee's defamatory attacks in the 3-part Cryptozoo series was understandably one of hurt and anger. He posted a couple of response videos of his own on YouTube in which he alluded to the possibility of a lawsuit against Coffee. Recognizing the time, expense, and energy required of a lawsuit, however, Paul elected to ignore Coffee's defamatory claims and instead focus on trying to make things right with those who had purchased Cryptozoo NFTs in anticipation of being able to play the game. On January 7th, 2023, Paul posted a message on social media calling his initial reaction to the Coffeezilla videos rash and stating that the war is not with Coffee. Paul expressed that he was grateful to Coffee that Coffee had brought some of the misdeeds of his former business partners to light. Paul further stated that he would seek to make this right, and that he would be coming forward with a plan in the near future to do so. On January 13th, 2023, Paul announced an initiative whereby he pledged up to $1.3 million of personal funds to buy back all of the base egg and base animal NFTs from disappointed holders. And so once again, the pledge versus, donated, pledge versus paid, apparently he did pay, but that was after Coffee made the January or February videos calling him out for having not paid yet. But this $1.3 million is a drop in the bucket because he's refunding the purchase of the NFTs. He's not refunding those who bought the Zoo token, which is admittedly a much larger number. You know, the market cap allegedly of the Zoo token was at a time in excess of $100 million. That's a lot of money. Logan Paul is like, well, I'm making good. See, I'm refunding this very select group of individuals, not the holders of the Zoo token. So he's not actually all that magnanimous. And yeah. So where's the damage? Plus, as I've said, he's a public figure. The heightened standard applies, actual malice. So, Paul made this pledge even though he was not the recipient of any of the funds used to purchase the NFTs in the first place, had not profited in any way from the project, and, to the contrary, had incurred hundreds of thousands of dollars in expenses trying to turn it into a reality. But once again, it's entirely his fault that people had invested in it. No one was going to invest in it based on Eddie Ibanez. It's because it was Logan Paul's project. It was because Logan Paul promoted it. It's his fault. People lost their money because he promoted it. He promoted it. Period. It's his fault. Shortly after his announcement, Paul spoke on the telephone with Coffee to move on from the dispute. Paul actually believed that the call was productive. In relevant part, Coffee expressed his belief that Paul was not a bad actor, but that he had gotten caught up with bad people in the Cryptozoo project. He complimented Paul's buyback announcement, stating that it was a noble thing to do and that he had never seen this type of initiative carried out. Given that Coffee had claimed all along that his motivation for publishing videos about Cryptozoo was to seek justice for the victims, Paul hoped and expected that he and Coffee could bury the hatchet in pursuit of that common goal. Regrettably, Paul completely misjudged Coffee's true intentions. And it absolutely was. It was, you can't sue. So, despite subjective knowledge that the accusation is not true, Coffee continues to falsely accuse Paul of scamming his fans. Well, despite subjective knowledge, why would subjective knowledge matter? Like, what is subjective knowledge? Is that like opinion man? Is that like opinion man? Subjective knowledge? Objective knowledge that the accusation is not true. But subjective knowledge? What? Huh? So Paul's January 2023 efforts to seek common ground with Coffee and his announcement of the NFT buyback program appeared to bear fruit. For some 6 months, Coffee refrained from repeating his false allegation that Paul operated Cryptozoo as a scam. But in the summer of 2023, presumably for more clicks, Coffee began attacking Paul again. While the nominal impetus for his renewed attention was the supposed slow pace of Paul's buyback efforts, a pace that was unsurprising considering the amount of money involved, the safeguards required to ensure that funds got to the proper recipients, and the necessity of navigating legal ramifications, the lesson that Coffee had clearly taken from the success of his earlier videos was that hurling the S word at Paul was a surefire way to increase his clicks, viewership, and revenue. On June 29th, 2023, Coffee published a post on his Coffeezilla account on the social media site Shitter, which stated, "Logan Paul really is the type of dude to thank you when you expose his scam, then block you when you remind him to pay up." And there is a screenshot of the shite, I guess. If we're going to call it shiter, would a tweet be a shite? I think. So here's Coffee's shite showing a screenshot of the thank you Coffeezilla video that Logan made, and then that Logan Paul has blocked him on Shitter. The post was a gross and intentional distortion of Paul's prior statements, in which he referenced Coffeezilla's research as a positive, in the sense that it had helped expose the wrongdoing by Paul's former business partners, who had also hoodwinked and victimized Paul. And of course, Logan didn't expose them. Logan didn't call them out. Logan relied on an investigative journalist. Logan could have independently said, yeah, so we've all been scammed. Here's how I'm going to make it right. He could have done all that without Coffeezilla intervening, without Coffee calling him out. Logan could have done it all himself and come out, smelling like roses. Instead, it took someone calling him out, someone holding his feet to the fire. And it's a gross distortion. It's a gross distortion to say that Logan Paul blocked him after thanking him. That's a gross distortion. How? I don't get it. I don't get it. So, Coffee knew this, but he intentionally conveyed to the public the false accusation that Paul was a participant in a scam and intentionally defrauded people to increase his own profile by continuing to attack a well-known celebrity. Yeah. And once again, this tweet to expose his scam, because Cryptozoo was a scam, whether or not Logan intended it to be a scam, it ended up being a scam. The scammers were Greenbaum and Ibanez, but Logan was responsible for them. Rises to the top. He's responsible for them. Nowhere in that tweet did Coffee say that Logan Paul intentionally defrauded people. In fact, in the videos, Coffee says that he doesn't believe Logan intentionally defrauded people. That it was Ibanez and Greenbaum that did. But this is apparently defamation. Somehow. So, Coffee also hoped to achieve attention and publicity, as he knew that he was planning to publish a new YouTube video about Paul the following day. and increased views of that video would mean greater profit to Coffee. Because, yeah, you shite about the subject the day before you drop a video on it. That's a conspiracy if I've ever seen one. To date, Coffee's June 29th, 2023 shitter post has been viewed more than 6.5 million times, and the comments on the post are universally negative toward Paul and accepting of Coffee's claim that Paul had scammed those who bought Cryptozoo egg NFTs or Zoo tokens. For example, commenters called Paul evil, accused him of grift and exploiting people, accused him of operating a scam, and labeled him a scumdog millionaire. That's a good one. Tuts of London chided, he's a professional liar and now a scammer too. The anxious investor chided, scumdog millionaire, yo. Logan Paul, pay your people back, man, for your scam. R Cubed chided, how can he get away with this grift after his admission and promise to refund everyone? Prolific Joints chided, crimes get washed away after a certain point. Guess he made it. And 19 chided, how is he still popular if he's clearly a scammer? So weird. The following day, on June 30th, 2023, Coffee published a video to his Coffeezilla YouTube channel with the title, Logan Paul's Scam Isn't Over. The video purported to be about Paul's offer to buy out holders of Cryptozoo egg NFTs. But in reality, the purpose of the video was to continue to lob false accusations at Paul so that Coffee could profit from achieving more views by leveraging Paul's fame and celebrity. I don't think it was sarcastic support. I think it was more bewilderment. Like, how? Why has he not fallen off? Why has he not been canceled over this? I think it's hard to tell intent on shitter. In addition to the title directly accusing Paul of intentionally defrauding people via a scam business, the opening lines of the video refer to Cryptozoo as a scam created by Logan Paul. It was created by Logan Paul, and it ended up being a scam. Even if the scammers were Greenbaum and Ibanez, it was still a scam, and it was created by Logan Paul. It was his brainchild. He hired them, and they performed the scam. Even if he didn't benefit from it, it was still his scam. It was his project. He was responsible. In addition to the title directly accusing Paul of already read that part. Coffee left no doubt that he was accusing Paul of intentionally defrauding individuals who bought egg NFTs or Zoo tokens by referring to those people as his, i.e. Logan Paul's, victims. But they were, once again, they were his victims. Whether he intended them to be victims or not, they were his victims because he promoted it. He created it. It was his idea. It was his project. His employees were the scammers, but they were still his victims. They were Eddie Ibanez's victims. They were Greenbaum's victims. They were everyone's victims, but they were his victims nonetheless. So, declaring to his audience that Paul was guilty and his offer to reimburse buyers of egg NFTs was an admission of guilt, and stating that Paul was just pretending he'd changed. And that's it. You can be a victim of negligence. You know, if I'm a distracted driver and I run someone down, that's negligence on my part, but they're still my victim. I didn't mean to run them over, but they're still my victim. So to date, Coffee's June 30th, 2023 YouTube video has been viewed nearly 6 million times. And once again, commenters who viewed the video were universally negative toward Paul and accepting of Coffee's claim that Paul had committed financial fraud. For example, commenters called Paul a thief and a scammer, accused him of committing crimes, and suggested he should face criminal charges. I mean, frankly, if Congress would get off their asses and decide whether it's NFTs and crypto are securities or not, it would be a crime selling an unregistered security. But it's the gray area still. So there's the YouTube comments, and we're going to zoom through those because we've been going longer than I intended to, but this is a long complaint. It is a long complaint, so it's not my fault that this is a long video. I mean, I've only ended up in pleadings once, but that was over my videos. And of course, Ashley Guillard didn't threaten to sue me directly, only Atozi and Markey, but she did say, and all the others. I assume I'm in all the others. But in the list of coverage of the case, she listed me. So I'm pretty important. On January 4th, 2024, Paul officially announced on Shitter that his Cryptozoo egg and NFT buyback program was operational. He posted a link to a website where holders could submit a claim for a buyback, with Paul committing up to $2.3 million of his own money to the effort. Also, on January 4th, 2024, Paul filed public legal claims against Ibanez and Greenbaum, against whom Paul has obtained a clerk's default and moved for a default judgment. I believe at least one of them fled to Europe, so, good luck collecting, frankly. So, in which he set forth in great factual detail the true story behind the failure of Cryptozoo, including Ibanez's and Greenbaum's graft and unethical conduct, and Paul's corresponding good faith efforts to keep the project on track and develop a completed game. I mean, probably. So, to a large extent, those publicly filed claims were based on the objective, contemporaneous correspondence among the Cryptozoo founders team, which Coffee already had in his possession as of December 2022. The very next day, on January 5th, 2024, Coffee published a video to the Coffeezilla YouTube page with the title Logan Paul's Refund. As with the previous video from June 2023, the January 5th, 2024 video purported to be about Paul's offer to buy out holders of Cryptozoo egg NFTs. But again, Coffee's real purpose in publishing the video was to make more money by airing false accusations against Paul. And this is conclusory. This is not a fact. This is a conclusion. This is speculation. Once again, Coffee repeatedly accused Paul of scamming those who bought egg NFTs or Zook tokens. The video opened with Coffee proclaiming, Logan Paul is refunding the people he scammed if they promise to stop suing him. He then continued by accusing Paul of engaging in a massive con and ridiculing Paul's buyback efforts by saying that Logan Paul is not a hero for doing this or making things right. He's a serial scammer who's offering a minority refund as a last-ditch effort to save his wallet and reputation. To date, Coffee's January 5th, 2024 YouTube video has been viewed over 5 million times, and once again, commenters who viewed the video understood Coffee to be accusing Paul of committing financial fraud. For example, commenters called Paul dishonest and a scumbag who needs jail time, labeled him a sociopath, accused him of fraud, and called him the guy who scammed his fans. And notably, these are not things that Coffeezilla himself said. Coffeezilla is not at fault for what other people say. So, notably, the January 5th, 2024 YouTube video mentioned Paul's cross claims multiple times and made clear that Coffee had reviewed them in detail. Indeed, he harped on the fact that some of the factual information in Paul's cross claims was supposedly taken from Coffee's own prior reporting, and he accused Paul of shamelessly ripping off his work. Coffee continued perpetuating his false narrative that Paul's a scammer, blissfully ignoring the many instances in which the claims excerpted from communications that quite clearly showed Paul was not a participant in any supposed scam, communications that he had previously chosen not to include in his own reporting, even though he had access to them all along. And yeah, that is standard. And the thing is, by accepting the buyback only of the NFT eggs, you're not being made whole. The only way to be made whole is to sue based on what you lost on the Zoo token as well. And then actually collect if you get a judgment. So, yeah. And that's it. Zoo token, you're out of luck. You're out of luck. It's only the NFTs, not the token. So Paul's NFT buyback was an enormous success. Undeterred by Coffee's renewed defamatory campaign, Paul pressed forward with the complex plan to conduct a buyback of Cryptozoo egg NFTs from their holders. Between January 4th, 2024 and February 8th, 2024, the buyback program received claims covering about a third of the total Cryptozoo NFTs that were purchased. At the set buyback price of 0.1 Ethereum each, Paul personally committed a total of 295.6 Ethereum to the effort. The funds were officially dispersed on March 25th, 2024. Given Ethereum's exchange rate that day, Paul was ultimately able to disperse over $1 million of his own money to buy back egg NFTs from NFT holders who submitted a claim. And, it's so complex because, the blockchain, it's hard to track who owns the NFTs on the fucking blockchain. It's that complex. It bears repeating that Paul never received any funds from the purchases of egg NFTs in the first place. So the funds that he dispersed as part of the buyback were not a refund of money made from the sale of NFTs, but rather came from Paul's own assets. Once again, you engage in fuckery, that's the risk you take. Like, he was hoping to profit off of this and ended up losing money. Does he think that, I go out and I start a hamburger joint, if it doesn't succeed, I'm supposed to not be out my money? Like, it's his fault. Once again, even if he wasn't the scammer, people wouldn't have lost their money if it weren't for him. It's his fault. It's his fault. It's his fault he had to pay this $1 million. Well, he didn't have to, but getting sued would have been a lot more expensive. So, yeah. So, between his own investments in the game's art and development, his losses on Zoo tokens that he bought and never sold, and the buyback program, Paul did not earn a single cent from Cryptozoo. In fact, he lost well over $1 million on the project. And that's why he needs to live in a tax haven. Poor guy. Nevertheless, Paul was heartened by the success of the buyback, the high level of participation, and the amount of funds that he was able to distribute to eligible holders. He was heartened by the success of the buyback because that's fewer people that can sue him. That's why he's heartened by it. They can't sue him. They disclaimed liability. It warmed his cold, dead heart that these people could no longer sue him. Warmed his cold, dead heart. While bad actors like Greenbaum and Ibanez, who actually made millions off of Cryptozoo, shirked accountability and did nothing to help those who lost money trying to participate in the game, and, in Greenbaum's case, appeared to have fled the country. Paul stepped up and did the right thing to try and bring some closure to the whole unfortunate episode. Not surprisingly, Coffee never commented on the enormous success of the buyback program or the fact that Paul resoundingly delivered on his promise. Paul brings this action to hold Coffee accountable for intentionally spreading falsehoods. Paul's early experience with the disastrous Japan episode taught him the importance of humility and the importance of accountability. Can you believe it, Biff? Like, I never thought he'd be stupid enough to follow through on the threats. I really didn't. Like, he actually did. He actually did. And it's completely frivolous. It's nonsense. It's laughable. It's laughable. And I mean, unlike Chili DeCastro, though, Logan Paul actually hired lawyers. I hope like I said, I hope his lawyers were smart enough to charge hourly, because it's going to be dismissed. But so that extends, that importance of humility and accountability extends first to himself. While Paul only ever had good intentions with Cryptozoo, and he worked hard to overcome the many challenges the project faced, not least of which were true bad actors who sabotaged the project for their own personal gain, Paul does not shy away from acknowledging that Cryptozoo was his brainchild, and that many individuals purchased NFTs in the hope that they could participate in the community and the game that Paul had conceived. So it's his brainchild. He admits it's his brainchild. It ended up being a scam. Therefore, if it's a scam and it's his brainchild, it's his scam. Even if he didn't intend to scam, it's his scam. Where has Coffeezilla been deceptive? Where has he lied? Where is the defamation? Where? I'm on page 41 and I don't see it. I don't see it. I really don't. Hurt feelings is not defamation. When the project failed and egg NFT holders were left with relatively valueless assets that could not be used for Cryptozoo gameplay, Paul did the right thing at great financial loss to himself to try and make whole as many eligible holders as possible through the buyback program, as was his goal before Coffee's 3-part Cryptozoo series was released. But accountability must also extend to others involved in the Cryptozoo saga, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. That is why Paul has filed legal claims against Ibanez and Greenbaum for their deceptive and unethical conduct. That how is that Coffee's fault? That's it. It's respondeat superior. He didn't he didn't do his due diligence. He hired scammers who scammed for him, or well, using him, but it's his scam. It's his scam. And like I've said, I fully believe if he hadn't been scammed first, at some point Logan Paul was going to rug pull, because that's what all of these NFT scams end up doing. I fully believe Logan Paul was going to do it. He just got scammed first. He was beat to the punch. With the buyback complete and the claims against Ibanez and Greenbaum being litigated, Paul now turns his attention to Coffee, who also needs to be held accountable for his actions. As set forth above, Paul was initially willing to turn the other cheek on Coffee's false and defamatory accusation that Paul scammed people with Cryptozoo. Despite the initial video series receiving millions of views and causing immense harm to Paul, Paul wanted to believe that Coffee was sincere in his professed desire to bring attention to members of the public who lost money trying to be a part of Cryptozoo. But Coffee's actions, even after Paul announced the buyback program, have conclusively demonstrated that Coffee's claimed sympathies are a ruse. Like Ibanez and Greenbaum, Coffee is simply using Cryptozoo to personally profit via deception. He is doing so by knowingly and intentionally making false claims about Paul, not in the service of any greater good, but simply in the service of making money and increasing his own profile. Potentially, depending on the like I said, I can't guarantee he's insured for this. It's my understanding he is. Depends on the insurance contract, frankly. He might be able to, he might not. If the insurance company is on the hook paying, they should have a say. But once again, it's Logan Paul is mad. This is my reading of the situation. Logan Paul is mad that, number one, Coffeezilla called him out for the Cryptozoo scam. But number two, he's really, really mad. He's really mad that Coffee held him to it. It's the further video saying, so about that pledge, why don't you make good on it? You haven't yet. That video is why Logan is suing. That. And yes, he does have the alternate channel, Voidzilla. He was really going to town on Voidzilla for a while there, a couple months ago. So these actions have caused and continue to cause enormous harm to Paul and his reputation. The social media posts and YouTube videos that Coffee has posted since June 2023, in which he continues to falsely accuse Paul of perpetrating a scam, have collectively been viewed by more than 15 million people. At this point, Paul has unfortunately concluded that Coffee will not stop this course of conduct unless he too is held accountable. First claim for relief: libel per se for statements in the June 29th, 2023 shitter post. So Paul realleges all the stuff above. On June 29th, 2023, Coffee published shite on shitter. The post stated, Logan Paul really is the type of dude to thank you when you expose his scam, then block you when you remind him to pay up. The post was published to a worldwide audience on Shitter's platform, and as of May 20th, 2024, it has been viewed 6.5 million times. Logan is now based out of Puerto Rico. Coffee is based out of Texas, and it's actually Texas's defamation law that applies. I don't think you watched, well, you weren't in the chat at least on any of the videos about the Janet versus the Girlies lawsuit, Biff. But as we have seen in that lawsuit, Texas has a vested interest in protecting the speech rights of Texas citizens. Therefore, it is the Texas anti-slap law protecting Coffee's freedom of speech because he's a citizen of Texas. So the whole choice of law provisions, even if Logan Paul were in California and they were suing in California, it would actually be the Texas anti-slap provision that matters. So, good question, though. So, the post remains available online at the URL shitter.com coffee break. A copy of the post as it appears on X on Shitter is attached as Exhibit A. The post is of and concerning Paul. The post was intended to convey and was understood by readers of ordinary intelligence as conveying the factual accusation that Paul created Cryptozoo to engage in a financial scam, i.e., fraudulent financial misconduct. But readers of ordinary intelligence are not Logan Paul's audience. Logan Paul's audience are readers. Well, they can't read, frankly. They're viewers of no intelligence. They're dumb 12-year-olds. Ugh. So the post is false and defamatory. The accusation that Paul operated a financial scam is one that tends to harm his reputation so as to lower him in the estimation of the community or to deter third persons from associating or dealing with him. The post is libelous per se in that it tends to affect Paul in his profession or occupation and accuses Paul of engaging in illegal conduct. By publishing the shite, Coffee caused harm to Paul's reputation. Coffee published the shite with reckless disregard for the truth, in that he was aware at the time of publication that the statement was false, or at a minimum had a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. As a direct and proximate result of the publication of the false and defamatory June 29th shitter post, Paul has suffered damages, including injury to reputation, embarrassment, humiliation, emotional distress, and economic damages, in an amount to be determined at trial. Second claim for relief, libel per se for statements in the June 30th, 2023 YouTube video, Logan Paul's scam isn't over. So is he really, like, as I've said, I haven't read this yet. So far, he's suing over the June 2023 posts. He's not, like, I would have expected the causes of action to start with the December 2023 videos. So, yeah. So, on June 30th, 2023, Coffee published a video on his Coffeezilla account on YouTube. The video is titled "Logan Paul's Scam Isn't Over." In addition to the title directly accusing Logan Paul of intentionally defrauding people via a scam business, the opening lines of the video referred to Cryptozoo as a scam created by Logan Paul. Coffee left no doubt that he was accusing Paul of intentionally defrauding individuals who bought egg NFTs or zoo tokens by referring to those people as Logan Paul's victims, declaring to his audience that Paul was guilty, and his offer to reimburse buyers of egg NFTs was an admission of guilt, and stating that Paul was just pretending he'd changed. The video was published to a worldwide audience on YouTube, and as of June 25th, 2024, has been viewed 5.9 million times, roughly. The publication remains available online on YouTube. The video is of and concerning Paul. The video was intended to convey and was understood by viewers of ordinary intelligence as conveying the factual allegation that Paul created Cryptozoo to engage in a financial scam, i.e., fraudulent financial conduct. The June 30th YouTube video is false and defamatory. The accusation that Paul operated a financial scam is one that tends to harm his reputation so as to lower him in the estimation of the community or to deter third persons from associating or dealing with him. The video is libelous per se in that it tends to affect Paul in his office, profession, or occupation. By publication of the video, Coffee caused harm to Paul's reputation. Coffee published the YouTube video with reckless disregard for the truth, in that he was aware at the time of publication that the statements were false, or, at a minimum, had a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false. As a direct and proximate result of the publication of the false and defamatory video, Paul has suffered damages, including injury to reputation, embarrassment, humiliation, emotional distress, and economic damages in an amount to be determined at trial, and it really hurt his fees. Third claim for relief. Libel per se for the January 5th, 2024 YouTube video titled Logan Paul's Refund. So, on January 5th, 2024, Coffee published a video on Coffeezilla on YouTube. The video is titled Logan Paul's Refund. In the video, Coffee accused Paul of orchestrating a massive con, referring to Paul as a serial scammer, and referred to those who bought zoo tokens or Cryptozoo egg NFTs as the people he scammed. And yes, actual malice. And to me, like, if Coffee faces any liability, it's for the serial scammer. Of course, I think he is a serial scammer because Dink Doink was a scam, even if it wasn't operated by Logan Paul. Logan Paul promoted Dink Doink. Therefore, he promoted a scam. Therefore, he's done that scam and he promoted this scam. Even if he's not the scammer in this, he promoted it. Therefore, he has serially promoted scams. Therefore, serial scammer. That's the way I think it. That's the way I think of it. So, the video is published to a worldwide audience on YouTube and has been viewed over 5 million times. The video is of and concerning Paul. The video is intended to convey and was understood by viewers of ordinary intelligence as conveying the factual allegation that Paul created Cryptozoo to engage in a financial scam, i.e., fraudulent financial conduct. The January 5th, 2024 YouTube video is false and defamatory. The accusation that Paul operated a financial scam is one that tends to harm his reputation so as to lower him in the estimation of the community or to deter third persons from associating or dealing with him, and yada, yada, yada. It says all the same stuff, and reckless disregard, and it hurt his fees, and the prayer for relief. Wherefore, Plaintiff Logan Paul respectfully requests that the court award him relief against defendants as follows. Actual and compensatory damages in excess of $75,000, as well as interest, reasonable attorney's fees, and costs as allowed by law. Punitive damages as allowed by law, and such other and further relief as the court deems appropriate. Now, one thing you're going to see is all the non-lawyers who cover this. I'm looking at Atozi. I'm looking at Markey. I'm looking at the guy reporting from his sofa. I'm looking at Vangelina Skov. I'm like literally the YouTube commentariat, probably even Charlie, Moist Critical. And the reason I say they're all going to do this, and specifically called out Markey and Atozi, love you, Markey and Atozi, you guys are great, but is because in other lawsuits, they've said, this person's being sued for $75,000. Wrong. They're being sued for at least $75,000 because once again, looking at the general rules of pleading, you've got to put the short and plain statement of the grounds for the court's jurisdiction. Remember, this is diversity jurisdiction. Section 1332 requires at least $75,000 in claimed damages. At least. So when it says in excess of $75,000, they're saying, hey, the jury gets to decide. We actually think we're going to ask the jury for millions of dollars. We're going to ask them for millions. But in the complaint, we're asking for at least $75,000. But I guarantee some people are going to report that Coffeezilla is being sued for $75,000. That's untrue. Untrue. He's being sued for at least $75,000. And that's compensatory damages. Compensatory damages are the damages that make you whole. It's, I have suffered this amount of dollars in damage. Pay me. Punitive damages, as allowed by law, are what they did is so egregious, I want you to pay me even more than the actual damages I've suffered to punish them. Punitive. To quote Boss Nass, the Gungan chief on Star Wars, punishment. Punitive. So, I mean, you could get nominal, you could get the dollar and say, yeah, you've been defamed, but you don't deserve anything. Of course, you can't really get punitive damages on top of nominal damages. And even if you did, it's like, congratulations, here's $1 in nominative damages and $10 in punitives, because the outer limit of what the Supreme Court will allow generally for punitive damages is about 10 times compensatory damages. And then he's asking for such other and further relief as the court deems appropriate, like, take the videos down, stop talking about him, like self-flagellation, something. But yeah, so jury trial demanded. Logan Paul demands trial by jury for all claims and issues that are so triable, and signed on June 27th by Shelby O'Brien from Enoch Keever in Austin, Texas, who isn't actually Logan Paul's lead attorney, because his lead attorneys are all from Washington, D.C., Fort Lauderdale, but they're all applying to represent him pro hoc vice, saying basically, yeah, so we're not admitted in Texas, but we're representing him. So court, please let us for this case. But until they're admitted, and maybe even after they're admitted, the local counsel, Shelby O'Brien, has to file and sign off on it. So, and then, of course, we have Exhibit A, which is the tweet. So, and frankly, I actually am shocked that, for considering like 2/3 of the space was, of the 47 pages was about St. Logan Paul and the trilogy from December. He's not being sued over the December trilogy. It's literally over the June tweet, the June video, and then the January 2024 video. And that's shocking to me. That's literally shocking to me. And yeah, so I mentioned we would take a peek at New York Times versus Sullivan. Yes, I did go to Wikipedia for it. And the holding from it is a newspaper. Well, it doesn't matter that it's a newspaper. A defendant can't be held liable for making false defamatory statements about the official conduct of a public official unless the statements were made with actual malice. And here, Logan Paul is a public person. And so, actual malice, let's just click on actual malice. So, from New York Times versus Sullivan, and this is a 1964 Supreme Court case, the constitutional guarantees require, we think, a federal rule that prohibits a public official from recovering damages for a defamatory falsehood relating to his official conduct unless he proves that the statement was made with actual malice, that is, with knowledge that it was false, or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not. And so here, Logan Paul is going to have to show that Coffee acted with actual malice. And actual malice has to be shown at a clear and convincing standard. Remember, to win a defamation claim, it only takes a preponderance standard. More likely than not, 50% plus wins it for you. But Logan Paul has to show by clear and convincing evidence a very high standard that Coffeezilla acted with a reckless disregard for the truth. And I don't think he can clear that hurdle. Because is it reckless disregard for the truth to say that Cryptozoo ended up being a scam? No. Logan Paul admits his partners in it were scammers. They scammed the customers. They scammed their audience. And Logan Paul, it was his project. Even if he didn't do the overt acts in the scam, it was his scam. Because it was his project and it ended up being a scam. Even if he didn't play any part in it becoming a scam other than failing to perform the due diligence on the people he hired, it's his scam. So I just don't see how he can win. And then finally, we have the anti-slap stuff. And this is the public participation project, antislap.org. And basically, they rate every state by the strength of their anti-slap statutes. They rate Texas as a B letter grade. California obviously has an A letter grade. So it says Texas has a good anti-slap law. It was enacted in 2011, but modified in 2019. And the modification weakened Texas's anti-slap law, but it's still a B, a good law. And apparently they don't have the text of it on the site. If I weren't almost 6 hours into it, I would go to Texas's legal code and find it. But needless to say, I do believe Coffeezilla should prevail on an anti-slap motion, a special motion to strike. That's the short circuit. It's court, you don't even need to consider this. I was exercising my free speech. You need to dismiss this and order Logan Paul to pay my attorney's fees for the privilege right now. To me, he should succeed. And it will be a fun motion. And if he doesn't succeed, then he will bring a motion to dismiss, a 12v6 motion, which is so even if the court considers everything, all the non-conclusory nonsense that Logan Paul has asserted, even if we consider all that to be true, this is why I actually win, because he has failed to state a claim. So that's basically where we are. So yeah, either way, this has been fun. It has been long. I'm not surprised it took this long, considering it's 47 pages of nonsense. When you consider 15 pages of delete laws nonsense can take me 4 hours, 47 pages, I think we made decent time. And I think Coffee will have good lawyers. He's not going to pull a blue bacon and attempt it himself and then hire a lawyer. So, yeah. Well, and that's why people come to me, Hardnet. It's lots of stupid to comment on, and I'm just the stupid to provide that comment. Terry. Wait. But yeah, it's basically you can all read it yourself in a lot less time. You come here for the commentary. So, yeah. But that being said, it is 1 minute to 10 o'clock here. So, Vince, if you're still here, it is, well, no, Chicago is Central Time. So, it's midnight on the East Coast. So, yeah. Yeah. So, thanks for joining me. Do all the fun YouTubey things. Show support to Coffeezilla. He's a good guy, and I will see you soon for the next one, and we'll get caught up on everything we need catching up on, and hopefully have a verdict in that other case next week. So, yeah. Either way, have a good weekend. Have a good night, everyone. I will see you soon. Thanks for joining me. Bye-bye.